What if the very essence of your being could be snatched away, leaving only a hollow shell behind? In the dim recesses of history, whispers of possession linger like echoes in a haunted hall, beckoning the courageous and the curious alike. Shadows dance across faded photographs, and the air thickens with unspoken dread as the stories of those who became vessels for something otherworldly rise from the depths of obscurity. With every account, the veil between reality and the supernatural grows thinner, as if the past itself trembles on the brink of revelation. In a quiet town, where the streets wind like a forgotten memory, a young girl named Eliza began speaking in tongues, her innocent voice layered with an ancient dialect lost to time. The townsfolk gathered, hearts pounding, as her eyes blazed with a fire that seemed to reach beyond this world. Fear gripped the community like icy fingers around a throat, and desperate prayers filled the air. What dark force had claimed her? Was it merely a matter of mental illness, or something more sinister lurking in the shadows? Across the sea, in a crumbling estate shadowed by ominous trees, the Ward family experienced a series of inexplicable events. Objects flying across rooms, whispers echoing through empty hallways, and a suffocating presence that drove them to the brink of madness. As they sought help, their pleas were met with skepticism, and soon the whispers of their plight faded into silence, buried under layers of shame and fear. What lies beneath the surface of these chilling accounts? Why did those entrusted with truth choose to bury the inexplicable rather than confront it? In the flickering candlelight of dimly lit churches, priests have stood trembling, clutching holy relics as they faced the horrors of the possessed. They invoked prayers and rituals passed down through generations, yet the darkness persisted, feeding on the very faith that sought to banish it. Each failed exorcism left scars deeper than any physical wound, scars that hinted at secrets that were never meant to be uncovered. The walls of these sacred places could tell stories of battles fought not just in the flesh, but in the spirit. But just as the night seems darkest, a flicker of hope emerges. Among whispers of disbelief and fear, brave souls have dared to document these harrowing experiences, risking their reputations and lives to bring the untold stories to light. What truths might be unearthed in their wake? What darkness remain cloaked in silence, waiting for a voice strong enough to shatter the chains of fear? Beneath the surface of ordinary lives, the struggle against the unknown unfolds, each case more horrifying than the last, each revelation a chilling reminder of humanity's fragility in the face of the inexplicable. As the clock ticks and the shadows lengthen, the world watches, breath held, waiting for the next unthinkable truth to emerge from the abyss, a truth that might just turn the living into the haunted, and the haunted into silence forevermore. In the flickering light of the fire, shadows danced across the rough stone walls of a cave. The air was thick with the scent of smoke and the unmistakable tension that clung to the atmosphere as ancient sounds echoed. Whispers of the past mingled with the crackling flames. It was here, in this primal space, that the boundaries between the living and the unseen began to blur. The flickering flames illuminated the faces of those gathered, eyes wide with fear and anticipation, as they prepared for a ritual that could change everything. Long before modern science offered explanations for the inexplicable, humans sought to understand the forces that moved beyond their grasp. Possession was not merely a tale to be told around the fire, it was a visceral reality woven into the fabric of their existence. In these ancient societies, the very idea of being inhabited by a spirit or deity was both frightening and thrilling. It teetered on the edge of wonder and horror, evoking both reverence and dread. In Mesopotamia, the cradle of civilization, priests and priestesses donned elaborate garments adorned with symbols of power. They invoked the names of gods, beseeching them to enter the bodies of the faithful. The temple became a sacred space where the veil between worlds thinned, allowing divine spirits to manifest. The clang of bronze and the fragrant smoke from burning incense filled the air, creating an intoxicating atmosphere. As the possessed spoke in tongues, the onlookers felt a shiver crawl down their spines, caught between awe and terror. Was it the voice of a god they heard, or something darker? Further east, in the vast expanse of ancient China, the practice of possession took on a different hue. Shamans, dressed in robes of vibrant colors, channeled ancestors and spirits. They would enter trances, their bodies moving in ways that seemed beyond human capability. The gathering crowds watched, captivated, as a woman transformed into a fierce warrior, speaking in a voice both commanding and alien. To those witnessing it, the experience was electric, a pulse of raw energy that coursed through the air, igniting the very spirit of community. In the sprawling deserts of Egypt, possession was intricately linked with the afterlife. The dead were not truly gone. They lingered, waiting for the moment to connect with the living. Priests called upon the souls of the deceased, believing they could bestow blessings or warnings. The walls of grand temples were etched with hieroglyphics depicting these sacred encounters. Silence would fall over the crowd as they awaited the arrival of the spirit, hearts pounding with excitement and fear as they wondered, would they be chosen to receive a message from beyond? In Greece, the oracle at Delphi stood as a bridge between the mortal and divine realms. Pythia, the priestess, sat on her tripod, inhaling the intoxicating vapors that rose from the ground. Her body became an instrument of prophecy, thrumming with the energy of the god Apollo. As she spoke in riddles, the air crackled with significance, and the gathered crowd hung on her every word. They felt the weight of destiny, as if the gods themselves were reaching out to touch their lives. Each utterance sent shivers down spines, a tangible reminder of the forces that governed their fate. Across the ocean, in the Americas, varied cultures embraced possession in ways that resonated through their unique histories. The indigenous tribes held ceremonies where the spirits of ancestors would inhabit the bodies of dancers. The rhythm of drums echoed like a heartbeat, pulling participants into a trance. The dance became a conversation, a communion with the spirit world. As the energy surged, the lines between the living and the spirits blurred, creating moments that were both ecstatic and terrifying. Yet, with every act of divine communion came a shadow, a whisper of doubt that tinged the experience. What if the spirit that entered was not benevolent? What if it carried darkness instead of light? In many cultures, the fear of malevolent spirits haunted the imagination. Folklore was rich with tales of possession gone wrong, of lives turned upside down, of loved ones spiraling into madness. These stories were not mere superstition, they were warnings, a way to navigate the unpredictable waters of the unseen. As time marched on, these ancient beliefs began to merge, creating a rich tapestry of practices that echoed the common human need for understanding and connection. The rituals grew in complexity, evolving with each culture, yet the core emotion remained the same, a desperate search for meaning in a world filled with uncertainty. The rituals became more than just ceremonies. They were lifelines, a way to connect with something greater than oneself. Each possession experience was layered with emotion, a symphony of fear, joy, and longing. Those who witnessed a possession felt an intoxicating mix of exhilaration and vulnerability, as if standing at the edge of a great abyss. They were drawn to the mystery, to the electric energy that surged through the air, leaving them breathless and questioning their own reality. With each passing generation, the narratives surrounding possession deepened. Ancient texts and oral traditions recorded the chilling and the miraculous, passing on tales that captivated the hearts and minds of people. The connection to the divine became a dance, a sacred exchange that echoed through time, forever marking the lives of those who dared to reach beyond the veil. In hushed tones, the stories were whispered, passed from mouth to ear, igniting the imagination of those who listened. The fire cracked and popped, casting shadows that flickered like spirits on the walls of the cave. The night wore on, thick with anticipation and mystery, leaving the question lingering in the air. What lay just beyond the horizon of understanding, waiting to be uncovered? The ancient beliefs and practices of possession pulsed like a heartbeat, tethering the past to the ever-present quest for connection, understanding, and, perhaps, the very essence of what it means to be human. In a dimly lit room, shadows flickered against the walls, dancing like restless spirits. The air was thick with tension, and a low, guttural growl echoed from the corner, sending chills down the spines of those gathered. The faint smell of incense hung heavily, mixing with the scent of fear and fervent hope. It was here, in the unyielding grip of darkness, that the power of exorcism emerged as a beacon of divine intervention in early Christianity. The first whispers of this ancient practice floated through the streets of Jerusalem, carried by the wind that rustled the palm leaves overhead. It was a time of miracles, where the mundane collided with the extraordinary. Jesus walked among the people, casting out demons with a command, his voice resonating with authority. He spoke with such certainty that the very air crackled with the energy of the unseen world. The possessed, writhing and tormented, found solace in his presence, their bodies convulsing as dark forces were driven out, leaving behind husks of the people they once were. Each exorcism was a battle, a tug-of-war between light and darkness, hope and despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the early followers of Christ gathered, hearts pounding with excitement and trepidation. They were not just witnesses, they were participants in the unfolding drama of salvation. The Gospels recounted the stories, their ink still fresh, capturing the raw emotions of those who witnessed Jesus' miraculous acts. The stories spread like wildfire, igniting a fervor among believers. To cast out demons became a sign of faith, a testament to the power of the new covenant. The early Christians felt compelled to follow in the footsteps of their master, to wield the authority they believed had been bestowed upon them. But with each triumph came the haunting shadows of doubt. As the first Christian communities formed, they faced opposition, not just from the external pressures of a hostile world, but also from within. Who were they to claim such power, to confront the forces of darkness? Their hearts wrestled with fear and uncertainty, yet they pressed on. The early church found strength in the stories of exorcisms, those accounts of liberation and healing, and they sought to replicate the miracles they had heard. In the dim corners of homes, in the hushed whispers of gatherings, men and women began to practice exorcism, calling on the name of Jesus with trembling voices. They laid their hands upon the afflicted, praying fervently, their words rising like smoke into the heavens. The tension in the air was palpable, as if the fabric of existence itself held its breath, waiting for the outcome of their desperate pleas. One particularly harrowing tale spoke of a young girl, her eyes wild and unseeing, her body thrown into fits of rage and sorrow. Her family, consumed by grief, sought out the believers, their hope clinging to the fragile threads of faith. The exorcists gathered, their hearts racing. As they entered the chamber where the girl lay, when they spoke her name, the room seemed to quake, a storm brewing at the edges of their reality. The girl's screams pierced the air, a cacophony of anguish that chilled the blood of those gathered. In that moment, the exorcists felt the weight of responsibility pressing down on them. They were not merely performing a ritual, they were engaging in a cosmic struggle. The prayers flowed from their lips like a river, crashing against the cliffs of despair. And just as the intensity reached its peak, a profound silence enveloped the room. The girl's eyes locked onto theirs, and in that fleeting moment, the veil between the seen and unseen shimmered. With a final cry, the darkness was expelled and the girl collapsed, her body released from its torment. Gasps erupted from the onlookers, tears mingling with smiles of relief. In that sacred space, the power of exorcism became a testament to the possibility of redemption, a reminder that even the deepest darkness could be overcome. The early Christians found in these moments of triumph a sense of purpose, a connection to a divine narrative that stretched beyond their understanding. Yet, with every victory came the shadows of fear, the fear of the unknown, of what lurked in the corners of their faith. Each exorcism seemed to draw the attention of dark forces, emboldening them to retaliate. Stories began to surface of exorcists who faced grave consequences, their lives threatened by the very entities they sought to expel. The whispers of danger hung in the air, yet the believers remained resolute, fortified by the community that surrounded them. They leaned on one another, sharing tales of strength and fortitude, weaving a tapestry of faith that would withstand the encroaching darkness. As time pressed on, the practice of exorcism evolved, intertwining with the fabric of Christian worship. Rituals developed, calling for the power of saints and the intercession of heavenly allies. The words of Scripture became incantations, invoking the sacred to confront the profane. The line between the earthly and the divine blurred, and the believers found comfort in the routine, a sacred dance that echoed through the ages. But still, echoes of uncertainty lingered. What if the darkness was too strong? What if their faith faltered in the face of such fierce opposition? Doubts crept into the hearts of even the most devout, whispering insidious thoughts that clawed at their determination. The struggle against the unseen forces became not just a battle for the afflicted, but a testament to their own faith's endurance. The tension of this ongoing battle drew the Christians closer together, forging a bond that transcended the fear that threatened to consume them. They shared stories around flickering fires, their voices rising in harmony as they recounted the bravery of those who had faced the darkness head-on. Each tale served as a reminder that they were not alone. The church became a sanctuary, a refuge against the encroaching shadows that loomed over the world. As the flickering flames crackled and cast their warm glow upon the gathered faithful, a deeper understanding took root. Exorcism was not just a ritual. It was a declaration of their faith, a proclamation that the light would always conquer the shadows. They were warriors in a spiritual battle, and although the darkness threatened to overwhelm them, they found solace in the belief that they were part of a greater story, a story that was still unfolding, with each exorcism a chapter waiting to be written. And so they pressed on, fueled by the hope of salvation, hearts racing with a mix of fear and unwavering faith, ready to face whatever darkness lay ahead in the ever-deepening mystery of their beliefs. In a dimly lit room, a figure trembles, eyes wide with terror as shadows dance on the walls. The flickering candlelight highlights the fear etched on her face, a reflection of the panic that has gripped an entire village. Whispers of witchcraft swirl like a tempest, and the air is thick with the scent of dread. Women and men gather, casting nervous glances toward the woman at the center of it all, a victim of a nightmare unfurling before them. Accusations fly like arrows, sharp and unforgiving, and the line between the innocent and the damned blurs into a haze of hysteria. In this crucible of fear, possession becomes a tool of manipulation, a means to control the weak and vulnerable. The church, once a sanctuary, transforms into a battleground where faith is twisted to serve the desires of the powerful. Clergy, cloaked in authority, wield their influence with iron fists. They preach salvation while seeking out those they deem too different, too strange, those who might just be harboring dark secrets. The air crackles with tension. Beneath the surface, a chilling question lingers. Who will be next? As villagers swap tales of eerie happenings and mysterious ailments, fingers begin to point, igniting a fire that can't be snuffed out. The flicker of doubt turns into flames of accusation. A neighbor's cow falls ill, and suddenly it's the old woman with the crooked back who must pay the price. A child screams in the night, and the innocent seamstress becomes the target of enmity. The Inquisition takes root, an ominous specter looming over the innocent. Secret trials convene in the dark, held behind closed doors where justice is nothing but a distant memory. The atmosphere is thick with the scent of betrayal. Friends become foes, and the bonds of community fracture under the weight of fear. Squeals of pain echo through the stone corridors as the accused are brought forth, bound and terrified, their fates sealed by the whims of those in power. One woman, named Agnes, finds herself ensnared in this web of madness. A healer known for her herbs and remedies, she had once been revered, but now the townsfolk whisper behind her back, convinced she has made a pact with the devil. As the sun sets on another day of terror, she sits in her cell, the cold stone biting her skin. She recalls the laughter of children as they gathered around her, seeking cures for their ailments. A single tear slips down her cheek, marking the stark divide between her past and present. Outside, the mob gathers, fueled by rage and a primal need for scapegoats. They march, torches in hand, their faces twisted in a frenzy of fear and hatred. Agnes hears their chants, words filled with venom, accusations hurled like stones. Each syllable pierces her heart, and she knows that her time is running out. The sounds of the crowd grow louder, an ominous drumbeat heralding a dark fate. Suddenly, the doors of the prison creak open, revealing a tall figure clad in dark robes, the Inquisitor. His eyes are cold, void of compassion, and they scan the room with an unsettling intensity. He speaks in a voice that booms like thunder, commanding attention and obedience. "You stand accused of witchcraft," he declares, his words reverberating through the stone walls. Agnes feels a shiver run down her spine, a primal instinct warning her that this is far from an ordinary trial. As the Inquisitor interrogates her, the weight of the accusations hangs heavy in the air. He questions her about her knowledge of herbs, twisting her words until they become a confession of guilt. She knows the truth, but when faced with the looming specter of torture, it becomes harder to distinguish between reality and the madness surrounding her. With each question, she feels herself spiraling, as if she's being pulled into a dark abyss where hope barely flickers. The methods of the Inquisition are cruel, and tales of torture travel fast. Thumbscrews, the rack, and waterboarding transform the lives of the innocent into a living hell. The villagers gather to witness the spectacle, their faces painted with both horror and excitement. The line between good and evil blurs further as they become complicit in the destruction of their neighbors. Agnes's heart races as she realizes that this is not just a trial, but a performance where her suffering is the entertainment. As Agnes is led to the torture chamber, echoes of her past haunt her. The laughter of children fades into the shadows, replaced by the taunts of a crowd thirsting for blood. She remembers the warmth of her grandmother's hands as she learned the art of healing and the gentle whispers of the forest that had once been her sanctuary. Now, all that remains is a chilling silence, broken only by the echoes of her impending doom. In the flickering candlelight, despair hangs in the air like a heavy fog. The Inquisitor's voice, cold as steel, rings in her ears, demanding confessions of a pact with the devil. The darkness creeps closer, wrapping around her like a suffocating shroud. With each passing moment, the stakes rise higher, and the fear of the unknown grips her heart like a vice. As the first drop of water hits her skin in the torture chamber, cold and relentless, Agnes feels the world around her begin to fade away. She is no longer just a woman accused. She is a symbol of the fear that has consumed an entire society. The lines of reality blur as the torment continues, and she is left teetering on the edge between sanity and madness. Each moment stretches, filled with the potential for revelation, the haunting possibility of betrayal lurking in the shadows. Outside, the mob waits, their anticipation palpable. The town square buzzes with a frenetic energy as they await the outcome of this grim spectacle. The air vibrates with an unsettling mix of hope and dread, a microcosm of the chaos spiraling within the walls of the Inquisition. In this dark chapter of history, where fear reigns and innocence pays the price, the haunting question lingers. Who will rise and who will fall in the face of overwhelming terror? As the night deepens, the echoes of anguish and the cries of the accused resonate through the ages, reminding us of the fragility of truth in a world consumed by fear. In the chill of a 17th-century French night, a piercing scream shattered the silence of Loudun, echoing through the narrow, cobblestone streets. It was no ordinary cry. It carried the weight of fear, desperation, and an inexplicable madness that gripped the town. The townsfolk whispered among themselves, clutching their rosaries, their hearts pounding with a mixture of dread and intrigue. What dark sorcery had taken hold of their community? The man at the center of this storm was Urbain Grandier, a priest whose charm and intellect had made him both beloved and reviled. His striking looks and sharp wit captivated many. But it was his notorious reputation, his rumored affairs and defiance of the church, that would soon seal his fate. The whispers of the devil's work had begun to bend the fabric of reality, leading to a tapestry woven with fear and hysteria. In the quiet corners of the convent of Saint-Urbain, a group of nuns had fallen into a state of frenzy. It began with Sister Jeanne des Anges, whose body writhed uncontrollably, eyes rolling back as if possessed by some unseen force. The air was thick with tension, and the scent of sweat mixed with incense as the nuns, once devoted and pious, now convulsed in fits. Their screams became a clarion call, bringing priests, townspeople, and curious onlookers flocking to witness the spectacle. As the days turned into weeks, the nuns' fits escalated, becoming more elaborate and dramatic. They claimed to see visions, specters darting in and out of shadows, voices murmuring in their ears, taunts from the devil himself. "The devil has entered me," Sister Jean cried one day, her face contorted in terror, eyes wide and pleading. Her fellow nuns echoed her claims, each one painting a more vivid picture of torment and possession. The once holy sanctuary had transformed into a stage for diabolical performances that sent shivers down the spines of witnesses. With each display of hysteria, the town of Loudun buzzed with excitement and horror. The people were drawn to the nuns' plight, their fear mingling with a morbid fascination. Was this a true manifestation of evil, or merely a twisted play fueled by the tensions of the time? The fear of witchcraft hung heavy in the air, fed by the relentless grip of superstition that had taken hold across Europe. The Church, desperate to regain its authority, saw the opportunity to root out what they believed to be a sinister plot against them. As accusations began to fly, fingers pointed at Urbain Grandier. The townsfolk whispered in hushed tones, convinced that he was the puppet master behind the nuns' wild claims. Grandier's defiance and unorthodox ways made him a prime target in a world already on edge. It was as if the very walls of the convent echoed back his name, a haunting reminder of a man who had strayed too far from the path of righteousness. The trial was a spectacle. Crowds gathered outside the makeshift court, their faces painted with excitement and dread. Inside, the atmosphere crackled with tension as Grandier stood accused of witchcraft. The testimony of the nuns was dramatic, each claim more outrageous than the last. They screamed in terror as they described how he had possessed them, how they had been thrown into a world of darkness and despair by his hand. "He made me do it," they cried, the conviction in their voices shaking the foundations of reason. Doctors and theologians debated feverishly, attempting to discern whether the nuns were genuinely possessed or simply caught in the grip of mass hysteria. The lines between reality and illusion blurred as the power of suggestion twisted the very essence of truth. The tension within the courtroom was palpable. Grandier, calm yet resolute, faced the charges with a defiant glare, yet inside he was a tempest. One could see the flicker of fear behind his eyes, the realization that he was ensnared in a web of chaos spun by the fears of the people. As the trial dragged on, the nuns' behavior grew ever more frenzied. In fits of rage, they attacked one another, claiming to see the devil lurking within their sisters. The air was thick with accusations, jealousy, and betrayal. "She's the witch!" one would scream, while another would convulse, clutching at her throat as if choked by invisible hands. The pandemonium seemed to feed on itself, growing more frantic, more desperate, until it reached a fever pitch that sent chills down the spine of anyone who dared to witness. Amidst this chaos, Grandier's fate hung precariously. The Church, starving for power and control, seized the moment to condemn him. They painted him as the embodiment of evil, the very essence of temptation that had lured the innocent into darkness. Each day brought new revelations, new accusations, and the crowd's bloodlust only grew. The people, caught in the grip of hysteria, were now united in their desire for vengeance. Outside the courtroom, the townspeople gathered in hushed groups, sharing stories and theories, all while the tension in Loudun thickened like a summer storm. They spoke of curses and dark rituals, of a hidden plot that would uncover the truth. The fear of the unknown crept into their hearts, an insidious poison that threatened to consume them all. With each passing hour, the line between reality and nightmare blurred further, and the town itself seemed to hold its breath, waiting for the storm to break. The day of reckoning approached, and with it, the inescapable tension that left no soul untouched. As the trial neared its climax, the true nature of the Loudun possessions became even murkier. The nuns, once seen as victims, now appeared as willing participants in a play that spiraled out of control. The Church, emboldened by their fervor, prepared for a final act that would seal Grandier's fate forever. In this theater of the absurd, where reality twisted into a grotesque parody, the stage was set for a climax that promised to shock and horrify all. As the townspeople clung to their beliefs, the true question lingered in the air. Who was truly possessed? The nuns, Urbain Grandier, or the fears that lurked within the hearts of all who bore witness? The answer was as elusive as the shadows that danced around them, a haunting reminder that sometimes the darkest demons lie not outside, but within. On a chilly evening in August 1977, the air in a modest house on Green Street in Enfield, North London, felt different. It crackled with a tension that seemed to seep through the walls, wrapping around the family living there like a cold fog. Inside, the Hodgson children, Janet, 11, and her younger brother Billy were playing. Laughter echoed in the small living room. A sound that would soon be swallowed by something far more sinister. Then, without warning, a loud crash shattered the calm. A heavy chair toppled over, striking the floor with a deafening thud. The children froze, their laughter replaced by wide-eyed confusion. Was it a prank? A trick of the mind? Janet, bold yet cautious, stepped closer to the overturned chair. As she reached for it, a chilling whisper filled the room, as if the very air had come alive, murmuring secrets only the walls could understand. The Hodgson family, like so many others in England, was no stranger to the mundane struggles of daily life. But what unfolded in their home transformed their ordinary existence into an inexplicable nightmare. It began subtly, a knock here, a rattle there, but soon escalated into violent disturbances that would haunt them for years. Doors slammed shut with no one around. Objects flew across rooms as if propelled by unseen hands. The air thickened with palpable fear, leaving a mark on the walls of their home, both physical and emotional. As news of the strange happenings spread, the world took notice. Skeptics and believers alike were drawn to the story, hungry for answers. Ghost hunters, journalists, and paranormal investigators flocked to Enfield, each hoping to capture a glimpse of the supernatural. Among them were Maurice Grosse and Guy Lyon Playfair, renowned figures in the field of paranormal studies. They arrived, armed with cameras and recording devices, determined to document the chilling events as they unfolded. One evening, as shadows crept across the walls and the sun dipped below the horizon, Grosse and Playfair settled into the living room, eager yet apprehensive. Tension coated the air like syrup, and the children huddled together, their faces a mix of fear and excitement. Suddenly, a guttural voice erupted from Janet, a voice that was not her own. It spoke in a harsh tone, declaring itself to be Bill, a spirit that had once called the house home. The room erupted in chaos, and the investigators exchanged wide-eyed glances, filled with disbelief and wonder. With each passing night, the poltergeist's antics grew more intense. Toys flew across the room, and strange knocks echoed through the halls. The investigators, initially skeptical, found themselves drawn into a web of fear and fascination. Grosse, who had lost his own daughter years earlier, felt an unsettling connection to the Hodgson children. Their pain resonated in his heart, pushing him to uncover the truth behind the disturbances. Janet, caught in the middle of it all, became both the focal point of the haunting and a reluctant participant. One night, as she sat on the edge of her bed, a sudden chill swept through the room. The air turned dense and heavy, pressing against her chest. A voice, harsh and mocking, erupted from her once innocent lips. "Leave me alone," she screamed, the sound echoing off the walls like a desperate plea for help. Her mother, Peggy, stood frozen in the doorway, torn between maternal instinct and the fear of what her daughter was becoming. The tension in the room was suffocating. Peggy's heart raced as she clutched a rosary, her fingers trembling, praying for deliverance from whatever dark force had taken hold of her children. The haunting was not just an event, it was a living nightmare, weaving itself into the fabric of their everyday lives. As the weeks turned into months, the poltergeist's manifestations became increasingly violent. Furniture hurled itself across the room, shattering glass and shaking the very foundation of the house. Neighbors whispered in hushed tones, eyes darting sideways whenever the Hodgsons ventured outside. Each day felt like a new chapter in an unfathomable horror story, and the family felt trapped within its pages. Amid the chaos, Grosse and Playfair refused to abandon their investigation. They set up elaborate monitoring systems, hoping to capture evidence of the supernatural. Night after night, they recorded astonishing phenomena: sudden temperature drops, objects moving on their own, and even voices that seemed to emerge from the very walls of the house. Each recording sent chills down their spines, yet deep down, they grappled with the fear that they might be witnessing something beyond human comprehension. One fateful night, as heavy rain lashed against the windows, the family gathered in the living room for what would become an unforgettable seance. The atmosphere was charged with an electric energy, and the flickering candles cast ghostly shadows on the walls. As the group attempted to reach out to the spirit, the room erupted into chaos. A loud bang reverberated through the house, sending everyone jumping to their feet. The walls seemed to breathe, alive with the weight of the unseen. In that moment, Janet's voice, now unmistakably changed, filled the room once more. "I'm not going anywhere," it growled, sending shivers racing down the spines of even the most hardened skeptics. The room fell silent, breaths held, hearts pounding. They all knew something had awakened, something that would not rest until it had revealed all it wanted to say. As the night dragged on, the tension grew unbearable, stretching like a taut wire ready to snap. The Hodgsons, once a normal family, were caught in a web of terror and curiosity. Desperate for answers, yet terrified of the truth. The line between reality and the supernatural blurred, and with it came a haunting realization. They were not alone. Whatever had taken up residence in their home was as alive as they were, filled with its own fears, anger, and unresolved history. Each scream, each bang, resonated through the house, echoing the fears buried deep within the Hodgsons. What had begun as a curious occurrence had morphed into a relentless onslaught of terror, leaving its mark on every soul within those four walls. The clock ticked on, and each moment felt like an eternity, the weight of the unknown pressing down mercilessly. And just as the tension reached its peak, a quiet moment emerged, filled with the hushed whispers of the children, now interlaced with fear and determination. They looked at one another, their bond solidified by shared fear as the shadows grew long and dark. They would face the darkness together, united against whatever haunted their home. The battle was far from over, a lingering question hanging in the air like a storm cloud ready to burst. What was truly waiting for them, just beyond the veil? The clock struck midnight, casting eerie shadows across the dimly lit room. A soft rustle came from the corner, like the whisper of a long-forgotten spirit. Roland Doe, a boy of just 13, lay in his bed, the sound of his heartbeat mingling with the creaking of the old house. Little did he know, a darkness was stirring, one that would haunt him and change his life forever. Roland, whose real name has been disguised for decades, was a typical teenager living in a quiet suburb of Washington, D.C. But this ordinary boy was about to find himself at the center of a terrifying battle between good and evil. It began, innocently enough, with the death of his beloved Aunt Harriet, a woman who had introduced him to the world of spiritualism. In an attempt to connect with her, Roland began using a Ouija board, a decision that would open a door he could never close. The laughter and games turned into something sinister as strange noises echoed through the house. Shadows flickered in the corners of his vision, and whispers filled the air. His family watched in horror as Roland began to change. The sweet boy they once knew became withdrawn, his eyes darkening with fear and confusion. The first signs of possession were subtle. A strange odor wafting through the house, furniture moving slightly on its own, and an unsettling chill that wrapped around Roland like a shroud. But then came the moment that would seal his fate. One night, as he lay in bed, his body began to convulse. His family rushed into the room, only to find him speaking in a guttural voice, words that were not his own. The bedroom filled with an inexplicable heaviness, a presence that chilled them to the bone. Desperate for help, the Doe family sought the guidance of doctors, hoping to find a medical explanation for their son's transformation. But the doctors were baffled. They labeled it a psychological issue, suggesting therapy and medication. Yet nothing worked. Roland's condition worsened, and strange phenomena continued to plague their home. At times, he would become violent, throwing objects across the room with an unnatural strength. No child could possess such power. With fear gripping their hearts, the family turned to the church. Father Albert Hughes, a priest with experience in spiritual matters, was called to their home. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming darkness that sent shivers down his spine. As he observed the boy, something deep inside told him this was not a simple case of mental illness. Roland's eyes, once filled with innocence, now bore the weight of something ancient and malevolent. Father Hughes knew they were facing a battle for Roland's very soul. The first exorcism took place in the family's home. As the priest recited sacred prayers and sprinkled holy water, Roland writhed on the bed, his body contorting unnaturally. The air grew thick with tension and the temperature plummeted. The boy screamed, his voice a terrifying chorus of anger and despair. "Leave me alone," he cried, words twisting into a language not of this world. The family watched, paralyzed with fear, as the boy they loved seemed to vanish, replaced by something far more sinister. Despite all efforts, the first exorcism failed. Father Hughes understood that they needed the authority of the church to confront this darkness properly. He contacted the Archbishop of Washington, who granted permission for a more powerful exorcism. The spirits, it seemed, were not easily vanquished. Armed with holy relics and a determination born from the depths of faith, Father Hughes returned, accompanied by another priest, Father Walter Halloran. As the second exorcism began, the room pulsed with an energy that felt alive. Roland's body convulsed violently as though trying to escape the grips of the demonic force that held him captive. The priests recited ancient prayers, their voices rising above the echoes of Roland's tortured screams. "I am Legion," the boy cried, his voice layered with a dozen others, each one filled with anger, malice, and despair. The priests pressed on, their resolve unyielding, Yet the spirit fought back with ferocity. Cries of rage erupted, and all the while the boy's frail body twisted and turned like a puppet on strings pulled by a demonic hand. Outside, the skies darkened as a thunderstorm rolled in, mirroring the chaos within the house. As lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the room in fleeting flashes, the priest sensed they were nearing a breaking point. They fought through the storm, the power of their faith battling against the ancient evil that had claimed Roland. Days turned to nights filled with anguish and hope as the battle raged on. The family clung to each other, hearts heavy with the weight of their son's suffering. Friends and neighbors whispered, many refusing to believe that such darkness could exist in their midst. Yet here it was, a nightmare made real, and Roland was its unwilling host. In a final, desperate attempt, the priests called upon sacred relics, the crucifix, the holy water, and the power of prayer. They pushed deeper into the spiritual conflict, and as they did, Roland's body erupted in spasms. The air crackled with energy, the walls seemed to tremble, and the very fabric of reality appeared to thin. With a final, anguished scream, the voice of the demon echoed through the room, a sound so chilling it would haunt all who heard it. And then, silence fell. The boy lay still, his breath coming in soft, even gasps. Hope flickered in the room like a candle fighting against the wind. The priests exchanged glances, unsure if they had succeeded or if this was merely a temporary reprieve. Roland opened his eyes, and for the first time in weeks, they were simply his own, filled with confusion, yet shining with a glimmer of light. But the darkness had not been vanquished entirely. It lingered, like a shadow waiting to pounce. Unbeknownst to them, the horrors that had plagued Roland Doe were about to echo through time and inspire a chilling tale of possession that would terrify generations to come. The world would know his story, not as a boy's battle for his soul, but as The Exorcist, a film that would send shivers down the spine of every viewer. And as the credits rolled, the real horror would remain shrouded in mystery, leaving a question lingering in the air. What truly happened to Roland Doe? A chill ran through the dimly lit room, the air thick with an unmistakable tension. Anneliese Michel's eyes, once vibrant and full of life, seemed to reflect an abyss. It was 1975, and what began as a young woman's struggle with her faith morphed into something far darker and more tragic. The whispers of the townsfolk grew louder as they spoke of possession, as if the very walls of her home absorbed their fear and speculation. Anneliese, a devout Catholic, wrestled with the invisible demons that invaded her mind. Her charming smile, once the light of her family's world, faded into an expression of torment. Each day turned into a battle against shadows that danced in the corners of her vision, whispers that echoed within her mind. The family watched helplessly, their hearts breaking as Anneliese's spirit dimmed, and the line between faith and science began to blur. It started with small cracks. She would hear voices in the night, shadows moving where none should be. Her laughter turned to sobs. Her prayers became frantic pleas for help. In a world that often turns to science for answers, Anneliese's family turned first to doctors. The medical community tried to offer explanations: epilepsy, psychosis, disorders of the mind. But every pill, every therapy session only deepened the chasm, leaving Anneliese more lost than before. As the weeks stretched into months, her symptoms worsened. Convulsions that sent her entire body into spasms, the weight of despair clinging to her like a shroud. Dark moods enveloped her, filled with despair and rage, as if unseen forces were pulling her away from the light. The doctors, though well-meaning, seemed to circle like vultures, unable to grasp the true nature of her suffering. In a desperate attempt to reclaim their daughter, Anneliese's parents sought the guidance of the church. They turned to the priests, men of faith who could offer solace and perhaps the only help they believed could save Anneliese. Father Arnold Renz and Father Ernst Alt, their hearts heavy with the burden of belief, were called to the scene. They too began to see the flickers of something unnatural in Anneliese's turmoil. The exorcism rites were not just rituals, they were a battle, a fierce confrontation where faith clashed with the unknown. The air crackled with tension as the priests began their attempts to free Anneliese. She writhed on the floor, her body contorting in ways that defied logic, her voice slipping from her lips in guttural growls that chilled those who witnessed it. The priests, armed with holy water and prayers, confronted the darkness that seemed to have claimed her. But what terror lay within her? Anneliese spoke of visions, fiery pits, demons clawing at her, and the weight of an unseen hand pressing down on her chest. Each exorcism stretched longer than the last, and with each attempt Anneliese grew weaker, her body a fragile shell of the vibrant young woman she once was. The cameras that recorded the rituals captured moments of pure anguish, her cries echoing in the hearts of those who dared to watch. The family clung to their beliefs, their faith becoming both a lifeline and a noose. They believed in miracles, even as they watched their daughter slip away. Anneliese, caught in an unforgiving struggle, seemed to call for help from beyond the veil of reality. Her desperation resonated through the prayers that filled the room, a cacophony of voices pleading for divine intervention. Days turned into a blur of rituals, chants, and the smell of incense that lingered in the air. Each moment was filled with raw emotion, the weight of hope and despair dancing precariously together. Anneliese's voice, once sweet and innocent, now growled curses and blasphemies that shocked all who listened. The priests fought back, their steadfast belief fueling their every word, but it felt as if the very atmosphere conspired against them. The world outside her window continued as if nothing were amiss. Children played, couples strolled hand in hand, and life moved forward. But within those four walls, a war raged, a war that would ultimately culminate in tragedy. Anneliese's body became a battleground, her soul the prize in a fight that would leave scars on all who witnessed it. As the final days approached, Anneliese's physical form deteriorated. Her once rosy cheeks transformed into a pale mask, her frail body weighed down by unrelenting forces. The priests, now weary and battered by the emotional toll, clung to their faith as a flickering candle amidst the dark storm. They believed, still, that salvation lay just beyond reach. In the end, tragedy struck with a heart-wrenching finality. Anneliese succumbed to her torment, her life extinguished far too soon. The community reeled in shock, the whispers now heavy with blame and regret. Was it possession, or was it a tragic failure of understanding? A clash of ancient belief and modern science that spiraled out of control. As her story spread, it ignited debates that would ripple through the fabric of society. Faith versus science. The age-old conflict found itself at the forefront once more. The court cases that followed became a spectacle, a public examination of the boundaries between belief and mental health. Anneliese's name would forever be etched in history, a haunting reminder of the price of fear. And still, the question lingered like a specter. Had she indeed been possessed, or was it simply a tragic convergence of faith and madness? The echoes of her story would resonate beyond her small town, leaving a legacy of fear, fascination, and unanswered questions in its wake, drawing in those who dared to confront the darkness that dwells within and beyond. The night air felt heavy, thick with tension, as the Smurl family settled into their new home in West Pittston, Pennsylvania. The house, with its creaking floors and peeling wallpaper, stood like a tired sentinel, guarding secrets that had long been buried. To the Smurls, it was just another house, a fresh start after years of struggle. But something else lurked in the shadows, a presence that would shatter their peace and plunge them into a nightmare. Soon after moving in, the family began to notice odd occurrences. It started with small things: doors that would creak open by themselves, whispers echoing through the rooms, and the chilling sensation of being watched. At first, they dismissed these as mere quirks of an old house, But as the days turned into weeks, the reality became harder to ignore. A cold shiver ran down their spines as they would often find themselves exchanging glances, silently questioning what was happening. The children, unaware of the brewing storm, would play in the living room, laughing and shouting, but as the sun dipped below the horizon, their laughter would be replaced by uneasy silence. Shadows danced in the corners of their eyes, flickering like candle flames, only to vanish when looked at directly. The chilling gusts of wind that would sweep through the house felt too deliberate, almost alive. Then came the night when Jack and Janet Smurl were jolted from their sleep by a sound like thunder rumbling through the walls. It shook them to their core, sending their hearts racing. They exchanged whispers, their breaths forming clouds in the frigid air. Was it just the wind, or something more sinister? Fear gripped them as they clutched their blankets, eyes wide open, staring into the dark. As weeks passed, the hauntings escalated. Objects began to move on their own. Furniture rearranged, toys scattered across the floor without a soul nearby. It was as if the house had a mind of its own. Jack found himself drawn to the basement, a room that seemed to pulsate with a strange energy, like a heart beating in the silence. The air was thick with dread, and he could feel an invisible force urging him closer. The very walls seemed to whisper his name, taunting him, beckoning him deeper into its bowels. As panic set in, the Smurls reached out for help. They contacted priests, paranormal investigators, and friends. Everyone offered theories, but none could explain the chilling events that unfolded inside their home. They learned that the land itself had a dark history, once home to a cemetery and a place where tragedies unfolded. This knowledge added another layer of fear, wrapping around them like a suffocating blanket. On one particularly stormy night, the family gathered in the living room, the electric atmosphere thick with unease. Thunder shook the windows, and flashes of lightning illuminated the room in stark bursts. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from the kitchen. The family jumped, hearts pounding. Jack, filled with a mix of fear and determination, rose to investigate. He could feel the air growing colder as he approached the doorway, each step heavier than the last. The kitchen was a disaster. Chairs were overturned, and the table was littered with shattered glass. The sight sent a wave of nausea through Jack. This was no longer just a nuisance. It felt like a declaration of war. Janet clutched the children's hands tightly, her face pale. "We need to leave," she whispered, terror glazed in her eyes. Days turned into sleepless nights, and the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. The children had become shadows of themselves, eyes sunken, laughter replaced by whispers of fear. They spoke of a dark figure that watched them, a looming presence that curled into their dreams and twisted them into nightmares. The family found solace in each other, yet they were slowly being pulled apart by the invisible force that tormented them. As they sought answers, they met with a renowned paranormal investigator who arrived armed with equipment and an air of confidence. He set up cameras and audio devices, capturing what he hoped would be evidence of the haunting. But as night fell, the tension escalated. The house groaned and whispered as if aware of its intruders. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the living room. The investigator jumped, and the family huddled closer together. The investigator rushed to the source of the noise, only to find the television had turned on by itself, flickering images casting eerie shadows across the walls. The family gasped, their eyes wide with terror as they witnessed the investigator's expression change from excitement to sheer horror. It wasn't long before things took a darker turn. An unseen force began to physically assault them, pushing and shoving, leaving bruises on their skin. Each mark felt like a branding, a reminder that they were not alone in this house. At night, they could hear deep growls coming from the walls, a chilling sound that echoed through the hallways and wrapped around them like a cold embrace. Jack's resolve began to crumble under the weight of the fear. "What do we do?" he asked, his voice trembling as the shadows flickered in the corners of his vision. Janet could only shake her head, tears brimming in her eyes. The children clung to them, seeking comfort in their parents' presence, yet even their love seemed to struggle against the overwhelming darkness. Each day felt heavier than the last, the oppressive atmosphere stealing their strength. They began to feel like prisoners in their own home, the walls closing in around them, each creak and groan echoing their rising panic. The haunting was no longer just something they could hear or see. It was a part of their lives, weaving into their very souls. The family's tale became a local legend, each retelling sending shivers down the spines of those who dared to listen. The Smurl home became known as a place of terror, a battleground between the living and the unseen. But for the Smurls, it was a desperate fight for survival, a struggle to reclaim their peace from the darkness that threatened to swallow them whole. As they stood together, united in their fear, the shadows only grew darker, whispering promises of despair and anguish, pulling them deeper into a nightmare they couldn't escape. The moon hung low in the sky, casting a silvery light over the quiet Tennessee countryside. Shadows danced among the trees, whispering secrets that only the night could understand. In the small community of Adams, something sinister was brewing, something that would haunt its residents for generations. This was not just another tale spun to frighten children. It was a story etched in time, a tale of a spirit that would be remembered as the Bell Witch. The year was 1817 when strange occurrences began to plague the Bell family. John Bell, a sturdy farmer with calloused hands, first noticed something unusual while tending to his fields. Odd sounds echoed in the stillness, the rustling of leaves, the sound of footsteps where none should be. He shrugged it off initially, attributing it to the restless wind or his own weary mind. But as days turned into weeks, an unsettling presence crept into his life, pursuing him like a shadow. His children soon joined in on the eerie chorus. Betsy, his youngest, was the first to feel the chill of the unknown. One evening, while playing in the yard, she felt a sudden grip on her hair, yanking her back as if an unseen hand had seized her. The other children screamed, their laughter turning into frightened cries. They tried to comfort her, but as Betsy recounted her experience, the hair on their arms stood on end. Who could be so cruel as to torment a child? As the days passed, the haunting intensified. Strange knocks echoed through the walls, loud enough to wake the entire household from their slumber. The family members would lie in bed, hearts thumping, listening as the sounds came closer, like a drumbeat of doom. It was as if the very house was alive, breathing in sync with the fear that gripped each family member. The Bell family sought help. They turned to neighbors, to friends, and even to the local church. Word spread through Adams like wildfire, capturing the attention of curious souls eager for a thrill. Skeptics rolled their eyes, dismissing the stories as mere folklore or exaggeration, but believers whispered about a witch. An old woman named Kate Batts was the prime suspect, known for her fiery temper and dark reputation. But were these accusations just a convenient way to explain the inexplicable? As autumn deepened, the Bell Witch made her presence known with more fury. John Bell sat at the dinner table one evening, feeling an ice-cold shiver run down his spine. He reached for his glass of water, but just as he brought it to his lips, the glass slipped from his fingers, crashing to the floor. The family gasped, stunned into silence. The witch had done it again. Each member felt the air grow thick with dread, as if a storm was brewing just beyond their door, ready to unleash chaos. Betsy, once a joyful girl, became a prisoner in her own home. The witch tormented her relentlessly, pulling her hair, pinching her sides, and whispering cruel taunts that echoed in her ears, dark and twisted. The torment reached a fever pitch one fateful night when Betsy was pulled from her bed, dragged across the room as her screams pierced the stillness of night. The horror of it all was palpable, the deepening shadows of the room amplifying her cries, leaving the family helpless in the grip of fear. Desperate and growing weaker, John Bell turned to spiritualists and mediums, hoping to find a way to banish the spirit that had taken over their lives. Each visit only brought more confusion and frustration. The witch would mock them, using their own words against them. "I am the spirit of Kate Batts," she would proclaim, her voice laced with malicious glee. "I have come to settle the score." But what score? What wrong had been committed that demanded such vengeance? As the winter frost settled over the land, the Bell family found themselves isolated, wrapped in the chill of both the season and the haunting. Neighbors who once visited out of curiosity began to stay away, the fear of the witch's wrath keeping them at bay. The Bell home became a fortress of despair, each family member retreating into their own thoughts, haunted not just by the witch, but by the fear of what might come next. In the depths of this dark season, John Bell fell gravely ill. His strength ebbed away, as if the very essence of his being was being drained by the unseen force that tormented his family. The witch's laughter echoed in the corners of their home, a cackling sound that filled the air with dread. As he lay in bed, feverish and weak, he could almost feel her presence, hovering just beyond the edge of his consciousness, taunting him with the knowledge that she was the one in control. Betsy, overwhelmed by sorrow for her father, found herself drawn into a pact she never wanted. One night she stood before the flickering candlelight, her heart racing as she called out to the spirit, begging for peace. But the answer came back cold and mocking, a whisper that curled around her like smoke. The witch had no intention of letting go. The days turned into a blur, and John Bell's condition deteriorated. Then, one fateful morning, the family awoke to find him lifeless in his bed. The witch's laughter echoed through the house, a chilling sound that seemed to wrap itself around their grief. A cruel reminder that the terror had not ended with his passing. Rumors swirled in the community, tales of John's demise attributed to the malevolent spirit that had haunted him and his family. As the sun dipped below the horizon and darkness once again cloaked Adams, the Bell Witch continued her eerie dance, leaving a tale of horror and mystery that would linger long into the future. The legend of the Bell Witch would grow, taking on a life of its own, capturing the imagination of all who heard it. The echoes of her haunting laughter would resonate in the hearts of those who dared to remember, as the legend wove itself into the fabric of American folklore, forever etching its mark on history. The room was dim, the air thick with an unsettling silence that seemed to pulse like a heartbeat. Shadows danced on the walls, whispering secrets of unease. In the center, a boy lay rigid, his eyes wide and unblinking, reflecting a terror that went beyond mere childhood fears. Robbie Mannheim was 13, yet his face bore the weight of ages, as if he had glimpsed something lurking just beyond the veil of reality, something that should not be. In the winter of 1949, when the world was still recovering from the scars of war, something darker was brewing within the confines of a suburban home in Cottage City, Maryland. Robbie's life had taken a sinister turn, marked by strange occurrences that would chill even the bravest of hearts. Objects moved of their own accord, whispers echoed in the empty halls, and the boy's laughter became tainted with a madness that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Friends who visited would leave with uneasy glances, their minds spinning with questions they dared not voice. It began with the innocent sound of a Ouija board, a child's game that promised fun but opened doors to unknown horrors. One fateful night, Robbie and his beloved aunt, Harriet, decided to test this newfound curiosity. The planchette glided across the board, spelling out messages that ignited excitement. But soon, the thrill turned to dread. The letters formed words that twisted with malice, hinting at forces that should have remained undisturbed. "Leave," it warned, "or be taken." Harriet, the kind-hearted aunt, felt a chill creep over her skin, but she brushed it off, laughing nervously. Robbie, however, was not laughing. He stared into the dark corners of the room as if he saw something lurking, watching. That night he awoke to a presence, a weight pressing down on his chest, leaving him gasping for breath. The boy's nightmares morphed into a waking reality, each episode more harrowing than the last. Days turned into weeks, and the atmosphere in the house thickened like fog. The once loving home became a prison of fear. Furniture toppled over, strange noises erupted in the dead of night, and Robbie began to speak in guttural voices that were not his own. The boy's body contorted in ways that defied nature, limbs twisting into impossible angles. His family, frantic and desperate, sought help, but nothing could prepare them for what was to come. Word spread quickly, whispers of a boy possessed. Neighbors gathered, their faces painted with concern, curiosity, and an unshakable sense of dread. Rabbis, priests, and doctors were called, each attempting to uncover the mystery behind Robbie's torment. The boy's eyes, once filled with innocence, now glimmered with a darkness that sent shivers down the spines of those who dared meet his gaze. He would scream in languages no one could understand, voices rising in a cacophony of rage and sorrow. As the nights grew longer, desperation seeped into the fabric of the family. The boy's mother, Linda, was a mother who had lost her child to something beyond comprehension. The conflict within her heart was palpable. She grappled with the love for her son and the fear of what he had become. Friends turned away, unable to face the horror. Finally, the family reached out to Father William Bodern, a Jesuit priest known for his unwavering faith and courage. As he crossed the threshold into their home, the air crackled with tension, as if the house itself held its breath. Bodern entered with a solemn determination, armed not only with rituals and prayers, but with an unshakable belief in the power of light against darkness. The exorcism began with a heavy heart and a prayer that echoed through the shadowy corridors. The room was filled with the scent of burning candles and the sound of Latin incantations. Robbie lay thrashing on the bed, his body a battleground between good and evil. The priest's voice rose above the chaos, challenging the entity that had taken hold of the boy's soul. With each chant, the walls trembled, and the spirit within Robbie screamed in defiance. The air grew electric, charged with a palpable force that seemed to reach out and grab everyone in the room. Moments blurred into hours as the fight raged on. Robbie, caught in a storm of rage and fear, screamed at Bodern, taunting him with threats that chilled the bones. "You cannot save him," it sneered, the voice dripping with malice. "He is mine." But Father Bodern pressed on, pushing back against the darkness with unwavering conviction. Then came a moment that would never fade from the memories of those who witnessed it. With a sudden burst, Robbie's body arched off the bed, a terrifying display of strength that defied reason. And a voice erupted from his lips, a sound so horrifying it felt like a cry from the depths of hell itself. "I am Legion," it roared, echoing off the walls, a proclamation that left everyone frozen in terror. The priest's heart raced, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He gripped the crucifix tightly, feeling the cool metal against his palm as he renewed his prayers with fervor. The battle was fierce, and the room filled with a sense of desperation. Robbie's voice shifted again, pleading now, a momentary glimpse of the boy buried within. "Help me," he cried, tears streaming down his cheeks, but the dark presence remained unyielding. As the night wore on, the conflict reached a fever pitch. The very fabric of reality seemed to ripple, the air thick with anguish and hope. The exorcism stretched on, each prayer a lifeline tossed into the chaos. Father Bodern, driven by a fierce love for the boy, pressed forward, each invocation becoming a beacon of light fighting against the suffocating shadows. And then, as dawn approached, a sudden stillness enveloped the room. The violent thrashing ceased, the room fell silent, and for a fleeting moment it felt as if time had stopped. Everyone held their breath, not daring to hope. The boy lay still, his breathing labored but peaceful. The darkness had receded, but was it truly gone? As they looked upon Robbie, a sense of relief washed over them, but the lingering questions remained. Had the entity truly been vanquished? Or was this just the calm before another storm? The room, once filled with chaos and fear, now stood as a testament to the battle fought between light and darkness, each person grappling with the scars left behind. And outside, the sun began to rise, casting long shadows in the corners of the room where darkness might still linger, waiting for its moment to return. The cycle of fear was far from over. A chilling wind swept through the quiet streets of Amityville, New York, as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting shadows that danced ominously against the famed house at 112 Ocean Avenue. Locals hurried home, their hearts galloping in their chests, mindful of the ghost stories that wrapped themselves around the community like an unwelcome fog. The house stood there, its windows like dark eyes, watching, waiting. Who could resist the lure of its haunting history? It all began in November 1974, when the DeFeo family met a gruesome fate. Ronald DeFeo Jr. pulled the trigger, claiming the lives of 6 family members in a single night. The air was thick with terror, the kind that clings to you like dampness in the autumn air. But it was the following year that turned this tragedy into something even darker. George and Kathy Lutz, along with their 3 children, moved into the house, drawn perhaps by a mix of curiosity and the promise of a fresh start. Yet, what awaited them was not the warmth of a new home, but a chilling descent into horror. From the moment the Lutz family crossed the threshold, something felt off. It was as if the house itself breathed, pulsating with a life of its own. The walls whispered secrets, and shadows flickered in the corners, unsettling and unnerving. George, who had always been level-headed, found himself waking at 3:15 a.m. every night, the same time the DeFeo murders took place. Was it merely coincidence, or was the house reaching out, beckoning him into its dark past? The emotional toll on the family was palpable. Kathy, with her instinctual mother's heart, sensed the growing malevolence. Doors slammed shut on their own, icy drafts snaked through the rooms, and the children, once filled with laughter, began to speak of ghostly figures and terrifying visions. The house was not just a structure, it became a character, a sinister presence that fed off their fears. Their laughter faded, replaced by whispers of unease. Was the spirit of Ronald DeFeo haunting them, or was something else lurking in the shadows? As the Lutz's experience spiraled into chaos, the line between reality and imagination blurred. They sought help, reaching out to priests and paranormal investigators, but their attempts to cleanse the home only fueled the fire. The stories spread like wildfire, each retelling more embellished than the last. Skeptics emerged, pointing fingers and questioning the truth. Were the Lutzes merely capitalizing on a horrific incident, or were they victims of something much more sinister? The media frenzy that surrounded the Amityville case was nothing short of a spectacle. Books, interviews, and films poured forth, transforming the Lutzes' ordeal into a pop culture phenomenon. The house became an unwilling star, its image plastered across the tabloids and television screens. Yet, behind the flashing lights and sensational headlines lay the raw, unfiltered fear that gripped the Lutz family. Each night in that house felt like an eternity, their struggle against the invisible forces testing the very fabric of their being. Unsettling reports seeped into the public consciousness. Neighbors claimed to hear eerie sounds and see ghostly apparitions. Some reported a strange odor that lingered in the air, reminiscent of decay. Could it be that the spirits of the DeFeos still roamed the halls, restless and tormented? The stories morphed, taking on a life of their own, each retelling more spectacular than the last. Caught in this whirlwind of horror and disbelief, George and Kathy struggled to maintain their grip on reality. Was the specter of Ronald DeFeo behind every creak and moan, or were they succumbing to the very madness that plagued the previous family? The atmosphere crackled with tension, and the home that had once promised refuge now loomed like a dark cloud over their lives. As their ordeal unfolded, The lines between fact and fiction blurred like the mist that often enveloped that fateful house. Paranormal experts, skeptics, and thrill-seekers all sought a piece of the story, eager to uncover the truth yet often drowning in the speculation that surrounded it. The Lutzes found themselves entangled in a web of fame and misinterpretation. Each interview, each retelling seemed to deepen the divide between their lived experience and what the world believed. What was truth, and what was merely a figment of a frightened imagination? The house seemed to thrive on this uncertainty, feeding off fear and doubt. And just when one thought things could not get any more chilling, a series of unexplained events escalated. The family's dog refused to enter the house, barking at the shadows as if sensing something beyond the veil of the visible world. Kathy experienced terrifying visions of being dragged down into the depths of the house, while George's demeanor shifted, becoming increasingly erratic, as if the house were possessing him. The emotional turmoil reached a fever pitch when they finally fled, leaving behind their dreams and the very essence of their home. But the legacy of the Amityville Horror did not end with their departure. The stories continued, feeding the insatiable appetite of the public for the macabre. Ghost hunters would flock to the site, eager to catch a glimpse of the supernatural, while filmmakers would transform the raw, terrifying experience into chilling cinema. The Lutzes became reluctant icons, the reluctant faces of a horror that was as real as it was sensationalized. As the years went by, the house remained a haunting reminder of pain and unanswered questions. Each new owner would experience their own brush with the supernatural, adding layers to an already complex narrative. The specter of the past lingered, entwined with the lives of those who dared to claim the space as their own. The tales of strange noises and flickering lights continued, each account whispering of the chilling history that refused to be silenced. The house, with its blood-stained legacy, stood as a testament to the thin line between fact and fiction, drawing in the curious and the brave, forever echoing the screams of its past. In the dim light of an old Connecticut home, the air was thick with a sense of foreboding. The walls, once vibrant and alive with laughter, seemed to whisper tales of despair, memories shrouded in shadows. It was 1986 when the Snedeker family moved into what they thought was a charming abode. They were drawn to the house's quaint exterior, unaware of the horrors lurking within its haunted past. Just beyond the front door, in the basement, lay remnants of a funeral home. Here, the scent of decay lingered, and the very ground seemed to hum with the energy of those who had once been mourned. As the family settled in, strange happenings began to unfold. It started with flickers of movement in the corners of their eyes, subtle enough to dismiss but too unsettling to ignore. The children, particularly, felt an unseen weight pressing down on them, a chill that wrapped around them like an unwelcome embrace. The basement, once a place of rest for the deceased, became a den of nightmares. The youngest son, who had once been full of life and laughter, began to change. He would wake in the night, screaming, his small body drenched in sweat, eyes wide with terror. "Something is in the basement," he would say, his voice trembling. His words, innocent yet haunting, echoed in the hallways, sending shivers down the spines of his parents. As the days turned into weeks, the family could no longer ignore the escalating incidents. Doors slammed shut on their own. Cold drafts rushed through the house and shadows danced just out of sight. The once welcoming home transformed into a prison of fear. The parents, struggling to hold it all together, sought help. They turned to local paranormal investigators, hoping to find answers to the chaos that had enveloped their lives. In the search for resolution, the Snedekers uncovered the house's grim history. They learned of the funeral home that had operated there, a place where sorrow lingered long after the last service. The walls had absorbed the grief and the pain, becoming a vessel for the spirits of the departed. It became clear that the family was not alone. They were surrounded by lingering energies, trapped between realms. As they delved deeper, the investigators revealed unsettling details. Reports of strange symbols etched into the basement walls surfaced, remnants of rituals performed by those long gone. These markings were not just graffiti. They spoke of a darker side to the home, a hidden past that had been buried beneath layers of paint and neglect. Each symbol told a story of loss, of lives cut short, and of spirits desperate for release. Tension hung heavy in the air like a storm cloud, electric and charged. One evening, as the moon cast a ghostly glow over the house, the family gathered in the living room, their hearts racing. They could feel a presence, a weight pressing down on them, thick with malevolence. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped sharply. It was as if the house itself was breathing, alive with sorrow and frustration. The family's resolve began to waver. The youngest son was drawn to the basement, unable to resist an otherworldly pull. His parents would find him standing at the foot of the stairs, whispering to shadows that danced just out of reach. "They want to talk to me," he would say. His small voice filled with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Each time they pulled him away, the shadows seemed to grow darker, more insistent. As the haunting intensified, the emotional toll on the family became unbearable. The mother, once a pillar of strength, found herself overwhelmed, often retreating to her room, clutching a rosary, seeking solace in prayer. The father, desperate and exhausted, turned to alcohol, trying to drown out the whispers that clawed at his sanity. The children, caught in the crossfire of their parents' despair, felt the fractures deepen, each scream echoing in the hallways, each cry for help swallowed by the darkness. Paranormal investigators returned, armed with cameras and equipment, determined to document the strange occurrences. As they set up their gear, the energy in the house shifted. The air crackled with anticipation, and every creak of the floorboards seemed to heighten the sense of dread. They captured whispers, faint but distinct, pleading for recognition, for release. The family watched, hearts pounding, as the investigators pieced together a narrative that was as chilling as it was compelling. An old photograph revealed the funeral director, a man whose eyes seemed to follow them, filled with an unsettling wisdom. They learned his name, Mr. Gibbons, a man who had been both a caretaker and a tormentor in life. The investigators theorized that he had never left, his spirit unwilling to relinquish control over the space he had once dominated. With every revelation, the walls seemed to close in tighter, and the children could feel the eyes of the past watching, waiting for a moment to strike. The basement became the focal point of the haunting. The family decided to confront their fears directly. Armed with nothing but a flashlight and shaky courage, they descended the stairs. The darkness swallowed them whole, each step echoing like a drumbeat of impending doom. The air grew thicker, pressing against their chests as they reached the bottom. Shadows writhed and twisted, and the chill was almost unbearable. As they stood in the suffocating darkness, the youngest son felt a surge of energy, as if the very air around him buzzed with the presence of countless souls. "They're here," he whispered, his voice trembling. The family clung to one another, feeling as if they were teetering on the edge of an abyss, the darkness threatening to pull them in. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the basement, followed by a low, guttural growl that seemed to rise from the earth itself. The family screamed, panic surging through them like wildfire. They stumbled back, desperate to escape the horror that had come to life before their eyes. The shadows roared, a cacophony of despair and anger, as if the spirits trapped within the walls were finally breaking free. But just as suddenly as it had erupted, the chaos fell silent, leaving only the thudding of their hearts in the stillness. The family stood frozen, breathless, on the brink of something far more profound than mere hauntings. This was not just a struggle for survival. It was a battle with the very essence of life and death, a confrontation with the past that refused to be buried. And as they turned to flee, the whispers grew louder, a promise that the darkness would not easily let them go. The night was heavy with an unsettling silence, the kind that wraps around you like a cold, damp shroud. A single flickering candle cast trembling shadows on the stone walls of Pontefract Castle, illuminating a figure, tall and dark, standing ominously in the corner. He was known as the Black Monk, a ghostly presence whose tale was woven into the very fabric of this ancient place. Whispers filled the air, stories passed from trembling lips to curious ears, casting a spell of fear and intrigue that danced through generations. The Black Monk was once a man, a Franciscan friar whose life spiraled into tragedy. Legend held that he had been wrongfully accused of a crime against a noble family. With their vengeance burning like 1,000 suns, they condemned him to an unjust fate. Leaving him to wander the castle grounds eternally, his spirit intertwined with the stone and shadows. As the candle flickered, a gust of wind howled through the cracked window, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone who dared to listen to the echoes of his sorrow. Locals spoke of his presence with bated breath, believing he could still be seen drifting through the halls, his dark robe billowing like smoke behind him. The air grew colder in his wake, and the hairs on the back of the neck prickled with an icy dread. Those who ventured into the castle at night recounted haunting experiences, objects moving on their own, chilling whispers that echoed through empty chambers, and the feeling of unseen eyes watching from the shadows. The Black Monk wasn't just a story, he was a palpable force. In the 16th century, Pontefract Castle served as a fortress during the turbulent times of the Wars of the Roses. It was a battleground of loyalty and betrayal, where lives were lost and blood stained the stone. The monk's tragic fate was but one of many, yet his sorrow resonated through the ages, as if the very stones themselves mourned for the lives they had witnessed. As the moonlight bathed the castle in an eerie glow, it felt as though the past was alive, whispering secrets through the cracks of time. One stormy night, a group of adventurous souls, armed with nothing but courage and a flickering lantern, dared to enter the castle. Laughter echoed through the empty hallways, but it was tinged with an undercurrent of fear. They were searching for the truth behind the legend, but as they stepped into the chill of the monk's domain, the laughter faded, replaced by heavy silence. The air seemed to thicken around them, and the shadows shifted unnaturally, as if eager to reveal the dark history that lingered in the corners. Suddenly, the lantern's flame flickered violently, casting a flurry of shadows that danced wildly across the walls. One of the adventurers, a young woman named Anneliese, felt a sudden chill wrap around her like icy fingers. "Did you feel that?" she whispered, her voice trembling. The others nodded, eyes wide with trepidation. They had come seeking thrills, but now the weight of the castle's sorrow pressed down on them like a heavy fog. As they cautiously made their way deeper into the castle, the air crackled with an electric tension. The walls seemed to pulse with memories, and every creak of the floorboards echoed like a warning. Anneliese felt compelled to move forward, drawn to a large arched doorway at the end of the corridor. Her heart raced as she pushed it open, revealing a dimly lit chamber. In the center stood an altar, covered in dust, remnants of a long-forgotten ritual. But it wasn't the altar that stole her breath. It was the figure that emerged from the shadows. The Black Monk, his face obscured by the depths of his hood, stood before her, a silent sentinel of sorrow. The room grew cold, and Anneliese's heart thundered in her chest as she locked eyes with the ghostly apparition. Time seemed to freeze as a wave of emotion washed over her, a profound sadness that spoke of injustice and despair. With a sudden gust, the candle flickered out, plunging them into darkness. Panic surged through the group and they scrambled to find a way back, but the castle had shifted. Hallways twisted into impossible paths, and whispers echoed off the walls, beckoning them deeper into the labyrinthine structure. Anneliese could feel the presence of the monk all around them, guiding them yet warning them to leave. His sorrow was palpable, a haunting melody that played in the stillness. As they stumbled upon an old tapestry depicting a battle, Anneliese's gaze fell upon the monk once more. she could sense his story intertwining with their own, an echo of a life lost to the cruel hands of fate. The tapestry told of betrayal, of the noble family that had condemned him to a life of sorrow, their faces twisted in anger and vengeance. The monk had been a protector, a healer, and yet here he was, cast into a cycle of unrest. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the chamber, shaking the very foundations of the castle. The group shrieked, adrenaline flooding their veins as the monk's spirit appeared before them once more. His form shimmered with an ethereal glow, and in that moment, Eliza felt a connection, a deep understanding of his pain. She reached out, her hand trembling, desperate to comfort the lost soul. But the monk lingered for only a heartbeat. With a rush of wind, he vanished, leaving behind an emptiness that resonated like a mournful cry. The group, now breathless, found their way back to the entrance, the weight of the castle's sorrow still heavy on their shoulders. As they stepped outside, the night sky opened up, stars twinkling like distant whispers of hope. Yet, even as they breathed the fresh air, they carried with them the knowledge that the Black Monk was not just a ghost. He was a guardian of secrets, a reminder of the injustices that lingered in the shadows, waiting for the world to recognize his pain. And as they walked away, Eliza couldn't shake the feeling that their encounter was only the beginning, a thread in a much larger tapestry that would continue to unravel, a story that would never truly end. The air was thick with dread that fateful evening in 1906 when Clara Germana Shiu, a young girl from a small township in South Africa, began to convulse violently, her body twisting and trembling as if caught in the throes of a nightmare too terrifying to escape. As her family gathered around, their eyes wide with fear and disbelief, the atmosphere crackled with an energy that felt otherworldly. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows on the walls, enhancing the sinister mood, as Clara's cries echoed through the stillness, giving life to something dark and unnameable that had taken root within her. Clara was not just any girl. She was known for her piety and humility, a tender soul who had always shown kindness to those around her. But now, a sinister transformation was underway. Her voice, once sweet and melodic, morphed into guttural growls that reverberated through the room, chilling the bones of everyone present. It was as if a malevolent force had invaded her very being, and with every writhing motion it became increasingly clear that what they were witnessing was more than a simple affliction. The family's fear morphed into panic, and whispers of possession began to spread like wildfire. The townsfolk, intrigued and horrified, flocked to Clara's home, hoping to catch a glimpse of the girl rumored to be under the influence of dark forces. They had heard the tales of possessions, stories woven into the fabric of their culture and religion, but to witness it firsthand was a different matter entirely. Some believed she was afflicted by an ancient spirit, while others thought it must be the work of a witch. As Clara continued to writhe and scream, the air grew heavy with the acrid scent of fear. The neighbors exchanged nervous glances, each one wondering if they were witnessing a miracle or a tragedy. Days turned into a blur of bizarre incidents. Clara spoke in tongues, uttering phrases that echoed in languages long forgotten. It was said that she could reveal secrets about the people around her, dark truths that sent shivers down their spines. A local priest, Father Edward, was called upon to intervene, the weight of the situation resting heavily on his shoulders. He entered the room, armed only with a crucifix and a prayer, but the moment he laid eyes on Clara, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread envelop him. It was clear this was no ordinary exorcism. As Father Edward began the ritual, Clara's body contorted in ways that defied science. Her eyes, once bright and innocent, now glowed a sinister shade of green, fixed on the priest with an intensity that seemed to pierce right through him. With each word of the ritual, she screamed louder, her voice transcending human limits. The neighbors outside could hear the torment echoing from within, the sounds of a battle between good and evil, and curiosity turned into terror. Father Edward struggled against the forces that sought to claim Clara's soul. The ground beneath them trembled as if responding to the chaos within her. With every incantation, Clara's voice would shift, at times mocking the priest with a cruel laugh. "You think you can save me?" it taunted. "I'm more powerful than you will ever know." The priest's heart raced, his faith tested against the unfathomable evil that seemed to be gloating over its conquest. The exorcism stretched into hours, and exhaustion loomed over the priest like a dark cloud. The once serene room transformed into a battleground, filled with the sounds of frantic prayers, Clara's torment, and the whispers of a dark entity lurking just beneath the surface. The villagers, too frightened to leave, gathered outside, glued to the unfolding horror and desperate for a glimpse of hope. In the midst of the chaos, Clara's demeanor shifted suddenly, her body going limp for a moment, as if the battle had reached a critical turning point. "You think you can get rid of me?" the voice hissed, dripping with malice. "I shall return." It was a chilling proclamation that sent icy tendrils of fear creeping into the hearts of everyone present. Was it mere bravado, or did it hold a deeper truth? Father Edward pressed on, sweat beading at his brow. Friends and family stood by, their faces pale, hearts racing in rhythm with the tension in the air. With each prayer, the room seemed to vibrate, the very walls echoing the struggle between light and dark. The flickering candles sputtered, casting ominous shadows that danced with every utterance of sacred words. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Clara screamed in a voice that was neither hers nor the entity's, a desperate cry that shattered the stillness. "I am free!" The tumultuous energy in the room shifted, and for a fleeting moment, a profound silence enveloped them. But as the silence fell, an uneasy feeling crept in. Was the battle truly over, or had they merely scratched the surface of a far more profound evil? As Clara collapsed, drained yet seemingly liberated, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Yet Father Edward's heart remained heavy with doubt. The entity's last words echoed ominously in his mind, a reminder that true darkness rarely fades without a trace. The villagers slowly dispersed, but whispers of the miraculous exorcism would linger in the air long after they had returned to their homes. Clara's life continued, but the shadow of that night remained, a constant reminder of the fragility of the human spirit against the unseen forces that lurk just out of sight. Children spoke of her in hushed tones, and some even dared to call her a witch, for who could understand the depths of her experience? The laughter that once came easily to her lips felt distant, replaced by wary caution of the dark corners of existence. Though she continued to attend church and lead a life determined to be virtuous, a cloud loomed over her every action. The sense that something had changed deep within her, something that could never be fully exorcised, haunted her dreams and colored her days. And every now and then, alone in the quiet of her room, she would catch a glimpse in the mirror, those eyes reflecting something that seemed to whisper of the night the world had turned upside down. The haunting memories, the lingering sense of dread, and the shadow of that ancient evil would continue to cast a pall over Clara's life, intertwining her fate with the dark threads of the unknown. As she navigated the world beyond that fateful night, she couldn't shake the feeling that the battle had merely paused, waiting for the right moment to resume its sinister dance. In the shadowy corridors of a forgotten Dusseldorf apartment, the air crackled with an unseen energy, a tension that made the hairs on the back of one's neck stand on end. It was the winter of 1920, a time when the world felt lighter, yet beneath the surface, darkness brewed. The residents of this modest building had begun to notice strange occurrences, furniture that moved on its own, whispers that danced through the halls, and objects that flew across the room as if guided by an invisible hand. The residents, a simple family with humble beginnings, were unprepared for the horror and fascination that was about to unfold. At the center of this unsettling phenomenon was a young girl named Anna. Barely 12, she was a bright spirit with laughter that could light up the dreariest of days. Yet, as the strange happenings grew more violent, her laughter faded, replaced by a heavy silence that wrapped itself around her like a shroud. The family began to suspect that Anna was somehow the conduit for these bizarre events. As dishes shattered and furniture toppled, their fear transformed into desperation, leading them to seek help from anyone who would listen. Word of the disturbances spread through Dusseldorf, reaching the ears of skeptics and believers alike. Scientists and parapsychologists, hungry for evidence of the supernatural, flocked to the apartment. They came armed with notebooks, cameras, and a mix of skepticism and excitement, convinced that they would either debunk the claims or prove the existence of something far beyond human understanding. But as they settled into the eerie atmosphere, their skepticism began to waver. They witnessed objects moving, tables lifting as if possessed, and an overwhelming sense of dread that permeated the air. The tension was palpable, shifting from moments of eerie stillness to bursts of chaos. One evening, during a gathering of onlookers, a heavy chair suddenly flew across the room, crashing against the wall. Gasps filled the air, disbelief etched on the faces of the gathered crowd. The candlelight flickered wildly, casting dancing shadows that seemed to taunt them. Was it Anna? Was she the source of this tumult, or was something darker at play? The questions hung like a thick fog, stifling the breath of those present. As the days turned into weeks, Anna became a reluctant celebrity. People came from far and wide, their curiosity tinged with fear. The media swarmed, capturing every chilling moment, turning her life into a spectacle. Yet, beneath the flashing cameras and prying eyes, Anna's spirit began to crack. She was no longer a carefree child, but a girl trapped in a nightmare, tormented by forces she could not understand. Her family grew desperate, worried that they had unleashed something that could not be contained. In a particularly harrowing episode, the family gathered around the dining table for what they hoped would be an evening of normalcy. Laughter was forced, smiles strained, but just as Anna reached for the bread, a loud bang echoed through the room, rattling the dishes. The table shook violently and gasps filled the air as chairs flew back, sending guests sprawling. It was as if the very walls were alive, shaking with rage, or perhaps pain. The atmosphere turned electric, a mixture of fear and awe flooding the space as everyone looked to Anna for answers she could not provide. Skeptics argued that it was merely a case of mass hysteria, a collective imagination spinning out of control. But those who witnessed the events knew better. Night after night, the disturbances escalated, punctuated by whispers of a malevolent force lurking just beyond the brink of their understanding. Shadows flickered in the corners of their eyes, and cold drafts swept through the home, chilling them to the bone. As the investigation gained momentum, it attracted the attention of Dr. Hans Weller, a renowned parapsychologist with a reputation for delving into the unknown. He arrived armed with a keen mind and an open heart, determined to find the truth behind the Dusseldorf poltergeist. Dr. Weller was not easily shaken, but even he felt the weight of the apartment's oppressive energy. He set up cameras and recording devices, hoping to capture evidence that would either confirm or deny the presence of a supernatural force. One night, as Dr. Weller reviewed footage from earlier that day, something shifted in the atmosphere. The lights flickered and the temperature dropped sharply. It was as if the very essence of the apartment had taken a breath, and in that moment, he caught a glimpse of something. A fleeting shadow darting past the lens, too quick to be identified. His heart raced as he replayed the footage, but the shadow was gone, leaving only unsettling silence in its wake. Days turned into a blur of experiments and failed attempts at communication. Anna grew weaker, her eyes losing their spark as the weight of the haunting seemed to sap her very essence. It was clear that whatever was happening around her was not only unsettling, but dangerous. The family, once a tight-knit unit, began to fracture under the pressure. Arguments erupted over what to do next, each member grappling with fear and disbelief. They were desperate to understand and to find a way to free Anna from the grip of the unknown. In the depths of that apartment, as the clock ticked toward midnight, the air hung thick with anticipation. Tension mounted as they prepared to conduct a séance, hoping to communicate with the spirit that seemed to torment Anna. The candles flickered as they joined hands, hearts pounding in unison. A hush fell over the room, broken only by the sound of their collective breathing as they called out into the darkness for answers. Would they uncover the truth, or would they invite something far worse into their lives? In those haunting moments, the line between reality and the supernatural blurred, and the apartment trembled under the weight of secrets long buried. Shadows danced in the flickering candlelight, and as the first whispers broke the silence, a chilling realization settled over everyone present. Some doors, once opened, can never be closed again. It was a night like no other. The air thick with tension as George Lutz stood in the dimly lit hallway of the old house, his breath hitching in his throat. Shadows flickered on the gray walls, twisting and undulating like wraiths in the darkness. It was in this unsettling silence that he felt it, the chill of something sinister creeping into his soul. One could almost hear the walls whispering secrets that had been buried under layers of time and dread. The weight of history rested heavily upon him, and for the first time, he wondered if he had made a terrible mistake. Before George came to this place, life had felt so ordinary, blissfully mundane. He had married Kathy, and together they had dreams filled with laughter and a future bright with promise. The purchase of their new home, a sprawling colonial mansion in Amityville, New York, seemed like the perfect beginning to their life together. They envisioned Christmas mornings with kids running down the stairs, family gatherings echoing through the halls, and summers spent on the porch. It was a dream, cloaked in the innocence of new love. Yet lurking just beneath the surface was a past steeped in blood and darkness. The story of the Lutz family began to unfurl in the shadow of what had happened there years before. In 1974, Ronald DeFeo Jr. had taken the lives of his entire family in that very house, a horror that sent shockwaves through the community. George had heard the whispers, the chilling tales that wrapped around the property like a suffocating fog. He chose to ignore them, convinced that love and hope could vanquish any lingering spirits. Yet, as the days passed, the house began to reveal its true nature, peeling back the layers of its facade to expose something far more sinister. From the very first night, strange occurrences began to plague the Lutz family. George would awaken to find the temperature plummeting, as if the very essence of warmth was being siphoned away. Fleeting shadows danced by the corners of his vision, disappearing before he could fully grasp them. Kathy became increasingly withdrawn, her eyes clouded with an inexplicable fear that seemed to coil around her like a serpent. The children, once filled with laughter and life, grew quiet, their imaginations overshadowed by an unseen terror that lurked just beyond reach. As George ventured deeper into the chilling reality of their new home, a feeling of possession began to entwine itself around him. It was subtle at first, a whisper in the back of his mind, a gnawing sensation that urged him to act against his better judgment. He found himself drawn to the basement, a dark and foreboding space that seemed to beckon him like a siren's call. Each step he took felt heavier than the last, a weight pressing down upon him, urging him to confront whatever lay hidden in the bowels of the house. It was the night when George stepped into that basement that everything changed. As he descended the creaking wooden stairs, a sense of foreboding gripped him tightly. The darkness enveloped him, thick and suffocating. He could feel the eyes of something ancient watching him, waiting, and as he reached the bottom, the temperature dropped even further. The air around him felt electric, crackling with energy that sent shivers down his spine. Suddenly, a voice, soft yet insistent, echoed in the recesses of his mind. It called his name, wrapping around him like a vine, twisting and pulling. "George," it beckoned, "join us." He stumbled back, gasping for breath, feeling as if he were being pulled into a chasm of despair. The invisible hand of possession was strong, clawing at his sanity and dragging him into a world where reason faded and darkness thrived. Days turned into nights, and the Lutz household became a battleground of fear. Objects began to move on their own, doors slammed shut without cause, and the shadows grew bolder, creeping ever closer. Kathy sensed the change in George. She could see the darkness lurking behind his once kind eyes, the way he began to withdraw into himself. Each time he returned from the basement, he looked more haunted, more erratic. She feared the man she loved was slipping away, consumed by a force that had no intention of letting go. The children, too, were affected. They spoke of visions, of eyes watching them from the dark corners of their rooms, of whispers that slithered through the night air. Their laughter faded, replaced by a haunting silence that filled the house like a shroud. George, desperate to protect them, plunged further into the mystery of the house, searching for answers even as he felt himself slipping deeper into the abyss. As the days wore on, George's behavior grew increasingly erratic. He found himself drawn to the properties of the house, the history that had seeped into its very foundation. Memories of the DeFeo family haunted him, images of bloodshed and sorrow flooding his mind. He became obsessed, losing himself in the morbid history of the place. Friends noticed the change, the way he spoke with a fervor that teetered on madness. They urged him to leave, to escape the suffocating grip of the house, but George refused. He had to understand, had to confront the darkness that had claimed him. One fateful night, caught in a storm of conflicting emotions, George found himself standing at the window, staring out into the raging tempest. Lightning flashed, illuminating the world outside for a brief moment, and in that fleeting instant, he saw the shadows again, coalescing into figures. They beckoned him, their faces twisted in agony and rage. The realization struck him like a physical blow. He was not alone. The house was alive, a living entity feeding off his fear, his weakness. With every passing moment, the boundaries between George Lutz and the house blurred. He felt the presence of something ancient and malevolent wrapping around him, whispering promises of power and control. "Embrace me," it hissed, "and I will grant you everything you desire." Caught in a web of terror and temptation, George teetered on the edge of sanity, the possessive grip tightening, shrouding him in darkness. The shadows of the past loomed large, and the house, with its bloody history and haunting echoes, was not finished with him yet. As the storm raged outside, George stood at the precipice, his mind a battleground of light and darkness, terrified of what lay ahead. The final act was looming, and he could feel the pull of the abyss, the seductive call of the house urging him to take the final leap into the unknown. In the dim light of the old Houghton Manor, shadows danced across the walls, whispering secrets of a family long gone. The air thickened with a sense of anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for the moment to reveal what had been buried for generations. A creak echoed through the silence, sending a shiver down the spine of anyone brave enough to tread the time-worn floors. The manor stood as a testament to its past, each faded photograph and tarnished silver trinket screaming of lives once filled with love, laughter, and sorrow. The Houghton family had inhabited this grand estate since the late 1800s, a lineage marked by wealth and tragedy. Their legacy twisted around the town like a vine, entwining with stories of love lost and promises broken. It was said that the spirit of Eleanor Houghton, a woman of fierce intellect and unwavering spirit, roamed the halls, searching for something she could never find in life. Eleanor's fate took a dark turn when her beloved husband, Thomas, vanished under suspicious circumstances. His disappearance plunged the family into despair, leaving behind echoes of unanswered questions that reverberated through the years. As dusk settled over the manor, a group of local historians gathered to sift through the remnants of the Houghton legacy. Among them was Claire, a passionate researcher with a knack for unearthing the hidden layers of history. She felt an irresistible pull toward the Houghton family saga, as if their story was intricately woven into her own. With each dusty box she opened, her heart raced with both excitement and fear. The past seemed to swirl around her, wrapping its cold fingers around her throat, squeezing tighter as she unearthed one artifact after another. A tattered love letter slipped from its hiding place, yellowed with age and inscribed with the elegant handwriting of Eleanor. Claire held her breath as she read the words, each stroke of ink whispering of longing, devotion, and an impending doom. My dearest Thomas, I fear the shadows are closing in. There are whispers of betrayal, echoes of a heart that beats for another. The final line was smeared, as if Eleanor's anguish had overwhelmed her. Claire felt a chill creep up her spine, as if Eleanor herself was watching, urging her to unveil what had been concealed. Suddenly, the power flickered, plunging the room into darkness. The historians huddled together, their breaths quickening. Claire's pulse raced as the faint glow of her flashlight illuminated a portrait of Eleanor above the mantel. The woman's eyes seemed to follow her, a pleading gaze that sent shivers down her spine. "Find me," it felt like she was saying. Claire's heart thudded in her chest. Was it merely imagination? Or was there something more? The group stumbled through the darkness, guided by Claire's light as they made their way to the cellar. The air grew colder, heavy with the weight of secrecy. As they descended the creaky wooden stairs, a soft sigh floated through the air, chilling them to the bone. Was it just the wind, or did it carry the anguish of the past? The walls were lined with jars of preserved fruit and cobwebs that seemed to weave a tapestry of time gone by. One jar, in particular, stood out, its contents murky and shadowed. It bore the inscription, "The Truth." Claire's fingers trembled as she reached for it, a sense of foreboding washing over her. The others urged caution, but her curiosity was insatiable. She unscrewed the lid, and a rush of musty air escaped, revealing a collection of trinkets, the remnants of Eleanor's life. Among them was a delicate locket, its surface scratched but still adorned with intricate floral engravings. Claire opened it, revealing a faded picture of Thomas and a young girl, perhaps their daughter. The girl's eyes, so strikingly similar to Eleanor's, seemed to plead for acknowledgement. As Claire examined the locket, a soft voice echoed in the air, barely more than a whisper. "He left us," it murmured, sorrow lacing each syllable. The historians exchanged terrified glances, torn between fear and the compelling urge to understand the truth. Claire's heart raced as the chilling realization settled over her. Thomas hadn't just vanished, he had abandoned his family. The temperature in the cellar plummeted, and shadows flickered at the edges of their vision. Claire's flashlight beam trembled as she turned toward a dark corner where an old mirror hung crookedly on the wall. The glass was fogged, yet she could almost see a shape shifting within, the silhouette of a woman with cascading dark hair. It was Eleanor, her visage both beautiful and tragic, caught between worlds. "Help me," the ethereal voice pleaded, echoing through the stillness like a forgotten melody. The group stood frozen, their breaths hitching in their throats. Claire took a step forward, her instincts urging her to reach out, to bridge the chasm between the living and the dead. She felt an inexplicable connection with Eleanor, a shared sense of loss that spanned generations. "What do you want?" Claire asked, her voice trembling. The temperature dropped even further, the air laden with an overwhelming sorrow. "Find him," Eleanor's voice echoed like a lingering echo in the corners of Claire's mind. "He must answer for what he did." With that, the room erupted in chaos. The lights flickered violently and a heavy gust of wind swept through the cellar, extinguishing their flashlights. Panic surged through the group and they stumbled in the darkness, desperate to escape the rising tension. Claire, however, felt a magnetic pull toward Eleanor's lost truth, a thread of destiny weaving through her life, urging her to confront the ghosts dwelling within the Houghton legacy. As they scrambled back up the stairs, Claire's mind raced. What had Thomas done to cause such heartbreak? How could she piece together the fragments of a life shattered by betrayal? The walls of Houghton Manor seemed to close in around her, urging her to uncover the hidden truths that lay buried beneath layers of time. A sense of urgency flooded her veins. The haunting of the Houghton family demanded to be heard, and she was the only one who could listen. With each step, she knew she was on the brink of a revelation, one that would echo through the ages, binding the past to the present in an unbreakable chain of sorrow and longing. The air crackled with tension as Claire stepped into the light, determined to chase the flickering shadows of the past, knowing that the answers she sought were waiting just beyond the veil of time. And somewhere in the echoes of the night, Eleanor's spirit lingered, watching, waiting, and hoping for the truth to finally emerge from the shadows. The moans echoed through the sterile hallways of St. Joseph's Hospital, a haunting sound that sent shivers down the spines of anyone unfortunate enough to hear it. Doctors and nurses exchanged worried glances, their eyes betraying unease that couldn't be masked by their professional facades. They had seen many things in their careers, trauma, disease, and loss, but nothing prepared them for what was unfolding behind the closed doors of room 318. Inside, a young woman named Lisa thrashed on the bed, her eyes wide and unseeing, pupils darting around like a trapped animal. The faint light flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls, as if mimicking the chaos within her. "Get the doctor," a nurse shouted, her voice strained with urgency. The doctor arrived moments later, his brow furrowed with concern. He examined Lisa, noting the rapid rise and fall of her chest, the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead. "What's going on here?" he asked, though he knew the answer already. It was a question that hung in the air like a thick fog, a question that would lead them into the darkest corners of the human mind and soul. As the doctor began his assessment, he noticed something unsettling. Lisa's condition seemed to defy medical logic. Her strength was unnatural, her vitals erratic. Each time he tried to approach her, to calm her down with a soothing voice or a gentle hand, she recoiled as if swatting away an invisible force. The stench of fear mingled with the antiseptic smell of the hospital, creating a concoction that made every breath feel heavy. In the coming hours, medical staff hurried in and out of the room, each one more bewildered than the last. They filled her with sedatives, hoping to quell the storm raging within. However, nothing worked. Instead, her body contorted in ways that seemed impossible, and her voice emerged, not her own, but a guttural growl that made the hair on the back of their necks stand up. "Leave her," it snarled, the voice echoing around the small room, vibrating off the walls. The doctors exchanged looks filled with disbelief. Was this hysteria or something more sinister? As the hours stretched into the night, the staff called for psychiatric consultants, but the answers remained elusive. They ran tests, examined brain scans, and checked her history, searching for something that could explain this terrifying transformation. Nothing. Then, in the stillness of the night, a priest arrived, summoned by a nurse who had heard whispers of Lisa's condition. The priest, Father Mike, was a man of faith, but even his convictions wavered as he stepped into room 318. The air crackled with tension, and he felt an inexplicable chill wash over him. It was as if the very atmosphere was alive, pulsating with some dark energy. "Do you believe in possession?" he asked the doctor, his voice barely above a whisper. The doctor hesitated, caught off guard by the question. He had spent years immersed in science, yet here he was, facing something that made his entire education feel irrelevant. He couldn't deny the fear creeping into his mind, the way Lisa's body seemed to resist logic and reason. With a heavy heart, Father Mike approached Lisa. He held a small crucifix in front of her, reciting prayers that had echoed through the ages. The words flowed from him, ancient and powerful, but they hung in the air like a distant echo. Lisa's thrashing subsided momentarily as if the very essence of her being was weighing the priest's faith against the darkness inside her. But then, with a violent jerk, Lisa's body convulsed, and she screamed, a sound that pierced through the night, chilling the blood of everyone present. "He is mine!" she howled, her voice deepening and warping as if it belonged to something far older and more sinister than any human being. The chaos intensified as the room seemed to darken, shadows creeping along the walls, consuming the light. The medical team was torn between their duty to save Lisa and the growing fear that they were meddling in matters beyond their understanding. The doctor stepped back, his heart pounding in his chest. "This is not medical," he muttered to himself, grappling with the reality that his expertise offered no solutions. Only questions that spiraled into the unknown. The priest pressed on, the weight of his faith battling against the palpable fear. As he called upon the divine, the atmosphere shifted, and for a brief moment, Lisa's eyes flickered back to the surface, revealing a glimpse of the woman she once was, terrified and pleading for help. "Please, help me," she gasped before the darkness engulfed her once more and the guttural voice emerged, mocking and triumphant. The balance of good and evil hung in the air, a tightrope stretched thin over an abyss. Those present in that room, the doctor, the nurse, the priest, felt an invisible force pulling them into the depths of despair. Time became irrelevant. Minutes felt like hours as they battled not just for Lisa's life, but for their own sanity. The doctor's fingers trembled as he reached for the emergency button, but his instincts told him that this was beyond medicine, beyond science. The priest, sensing the urgency, amplified his prayers. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this body." As he spoke, the room seemed to vibrate with the intensity of his words, and for a fleeting moment, it felt as if the very walls of St. Joseph's Hospital were holding their breath, waiting for liberation or damnation. Then came a silence so profound that it swallowed every sound. Lisa's body lay still, and for a heartbeat, hope flickered in the eyes of those watching. But within seconds, a loud crash reverberated through the room. A lamp shattered against the wall, sending shards flying like tiny stars. The air thickened with dread, and the truth settled heavily on their hearts. The battle was far from over. The flickering candlelight cast restless shadows along the walls of a small, dimly lit room in a village in Germany. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the shutters as if trying to enter the sanctuary of this family's home. Inside, the atmosphere was thick with tension, a palpable fear hanging in the air like a heavy fog. The boy, barely 10 years old, sat rigid on a wooden chair, his eyes wide and unblinking, a reflection of sheer terror. His parents, frail figures consumed by worry, stood nearby, clinging to each other as if that could shield them from what was unfolding. It began with whispers, hushed voices passing through the village like wildfire. "Did you hear about the boy?" they would say, eyes darting toward the shadows, as though the very mention of him could summon something sinister. The boy had always been different, a quiet child who often spoke to himself and found solace in the solitude of the nearby woods. But one fateful evening, everything changed. It was as if a heavy shroud fell over him, an unseen force enveloping his entire being. His laughter, once pure and innocent, morphed into something grotesque, echoing off the walls like a haunting melody that left chill in its wake. His parents noticed the shift instantly. It was subtle at first, a fleeting glance, a sudden burst of anger over a broken toy. But soon, it escalated. Objects began to move inexplicably, toys flying off shelves as if animated by a malevolent spirit. The boy's eyes, once filled with the light of childhood wonder, grew dark and hollow, reflecting a void that sent shivers down the spines of everyone who dared look too closely. Word spread quickly, reaching ears that were eager for stories of the uncanny. They spoke of strange occurrences, the boy's body twisting in unnatural ways, his voice deepening and warbling into tones that no child should possess. Local priests were summoned, their faces pale with dread as they stepped into the home. They came armed with holy water and prayers, but what they found was beyond their comprehension. The boy roared with laughter that chilled the blood of those around him, a sound that seemed to mock their faith. Days turned to weeks, and still the boy remained trapped in a nightmare that twisted and turned beyond reason. His parents, desperate and exhausted, watched helplessly as their son battled something inside him, something powerful and ancient. They tried to reach him, to pull him back from the abyss, but every night as the shadows grew longer, they would hear him speak words that defied understanding. "They're coming," he would whisper, his voice trembling with fear. "They won't let me go." Neighbors began to avoid the house, crossing the street to escape the chilling sight of the boy at the window, his gaze piercing through the glass like a knife. The village was suffocated by an eerie silence, the only sound the soft scratching of the boy's fingernails against the wooden floor, a rhythmic reminder of his torment. But there were others, brave or foolish, who came to witness the phenomenon. They arrived with curiosity, armed with cameras and notebooks, eager to capture something extraordinary. Yet, when they entered the boy's room, they were met not with spectacle, but with dread. The air was thick with sorrow and despair, almost as if the walls themselves cried out for relief. One reporter, trembling at the door, wrote of an energy that seemed to pulse in the room, an unseen force that surrounded the boy and wrapped around the onlookers like a suffocating blanket. As time wore on, the whispers turned to rumors of dark rituals, unholy pacts made in desperation. Some spoke of occult practices, of ancient rites that had awakened the forces within the boy. Others claimed it was a punishment from the heavens for sins long forgotten. The boy's very existence became a focal point of fear and fascination, a living reminder of the unknown that lurked at the edges of everyday life. In one particularly chilling episode, the village gathered for a makeshift vigil. Candles flickered against the cold night, illuminating the faces of those gathered in prayer. As they chanted softly, the boy's voice echoed from within the house, a sound that sent shivers through the crowd. "You cannot save me," he called, a sinister note threading through his words. It was a taunt that hung in the air, a challenge that left the villagers trembling. The local priest, resolute in his faith, decided to confront the darkness. He entered the room armed with nothing but a crucifix and whispered prayers. As he approached the boy, the air crackled with tension. The boy turned toward him, and for a brief moment clarity flickered in his eyes, a glimmer of the child who once resided there. "Help me," he pleaded, but the moment was fleeting. The darkness surged back, stronger than before, and the boy began to writhe, his body contorting in ways that defied human limits. The priest staggered back, calling for help, but in that moment something else emerged. A low, guttural voice dripping with malice filled the room, echoing off the walls like thunder. It spoke of ancient grudges, of souls trapped and tormented, weaving tales of woe that wrapped around those present like chains. The villagers gasped, clutching each other tightly, tears streaming down their faces as horror unfolded before them. As the night deepened, the boy's body was gripped by violent spasms, every sound echoing the purest essence of fear. Outside, the wind howled louder as if responding to the turmoil within. The world seemed to hold its breath, a collective recognition of the darkness that lurked within the shadows of the boy's room. And just as suddenly as it began, a silence enveloped the scene, heavy and suffocating. The flickering candles extinguished, and the room was plunged into darkness, leaving only the echo of the boy's haunting plea hanging in the air. The villagers, driven by a mix of dread and desperation, stood on the precipice of something unexplainable. Their hearts raced, and their minds scrambled to comprehend the unfolding horror. What had they awakened? As the echoes of the boy's last words faded, a chilling realization settled in. What they feared most was still lurking, just beyond their reach. And as the night deepened, so too did the shadows, stretching long and dark, waiting for the story to continue, waiting for the moment when the boy would speak again. As the flickering candlelight danced on the walls of the dimly lit room, a chilling silence hung in the air, heavy with anticipation. Julia, a seemingly ordinary woman in her mid-20s, sat hunched in the corner, her eyes vacant and unseeing. The faint rustle of the priest's robes echoed ominously as he approached, the weight of centuries of belief pressing upon his shoulders. He had come not just to confront the evil that had taken hold of Julia, but to descend into the murky waters of her mind, where the boundary between sanity and madness blurred like a half-remembered dream. Julia's past was like a puzzle with missing pieces, each fragment hinting at a history steeped in trauma. Raised in a household marred by violence and neglect, her childhood had been a chaotic symphony of shouting and despair. Friends whispered about a darkness that followed her, a shadow that lingered even in the brightest of moments. It was as if she carried within her a storm that had been brewing for years, waiting for the right moment to break free. As the priest prepared for the exorcism, he couldn't shake the feeling that something more sinister lay beneath the surface. He had performed countless exorcisms, each one leaving its mark on his soul, but Julia was different. Her laughter had become a haunting echo, a melody twisted by pain. It was a sound that had once brought joy, now warped by a darkness that filled the space between them. The first words of the rite tumbled from the priest's lips, a mixture of Latin and fervent prayer. The room shivered as Julia's body began to convulse, her laughter transforming into guttural screams that sliced through the silence like a blade. It was as if 1,000 voices were trapped within her, each vying for release, each more desperate than the last. With every powerful word he spoke, the priest could feel the presence pushing back, a force that surged like a tidal wave, ready to drown them both. "Leave her," he commanded, his voice rising above the chaos. "In the name of Christ, I command you." Julia's eyes rolled back into her head, revealing nothing but the white of her sclera, a haunting image that would linger in the minds of those present long after the session ended. From a psychological perspective, Julia's behavior was a tapestry woven with threads of fear and vulnerability. Each reaction was a window into her soul, revealing the fractured pieces of a psyche on the brink. The priests and therapists who would later analyze her case would be captivated, not just by the supernatural elements but by the profound emotional trauma lurking beneath. Could it be that the very act of exorcism was bringing to the surface the hidden demons of her past? As the ritual continued, the priest felt a shift in the atmosphere. The very air crackled with tension, a palpable energy that made the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Julia thrashed about, her body a marionette pulled by unseen strings. Her voice, no longer hers, echoed with a chilling clarity. "You'll never free her," it hissed, a cacophony of rage and sorrow. The priest's heart raced, but he stood firm, clutching the crucifix as if it were a lifeline, a shield against the chaos that threatened to engulf him. Each scream, each plea for help that rippled from Julia's lips was a reminder of the battles fought within her psyche, the isolation she had endured, the haunting memories of betrayal and abandonment, all manifested in a violent struggle that played out before their eyes. Despite the cries for release, there was a sense that Julia was still somewhere inside, fighting to break free from the chains of her torment. Minutes felt like hours as the priest battled the malevolent spirit that had taken roost within her. He recalled the stories of exorcisms past, tales of great saints who had faced similar shadows. Each story had its own rhythm, a melody of hope and despair intertwined. The weight of those histories pressed upon him, each one a reminder that he stood on the shoulders of giants. Yet he felt small against the raging storm before him. The flickering candles cast long shadows across the walls, and with every prayer, the tension surged, rising like the tide. Julia's body arched unnaturally, a twisted marionette in a grotesque ballet, as if she were both the performer and the performance. The priest's heart pounded in his chest, a steady reminder of his own humanity amid the chaos. With each command, he could almost see the invisible battle raging within her mind, the struggle between light and darkness, sanity and madness. In the depths of that room, the boundaries of faith and psychology began to blur. Could it be that the very act of expelling the darkness also brought to light the hidden wounds of her soul? The priest couldn't help but ponder the implications of this battle, the psychological scars left behind in the wake of such profound trauma. Julia's cries morphed into a guttural roar, a sound that resonated deep within the bones of everyone present. It was both terrifying and heartbreaking, an echo of the pain that had festered for years. The priest pressed on, his voice steady though his heart raced. "I command you, spirit, to leave her." The room trembled as if the very walls were bearing witness to the age-old struggle between good and evil. With each command, the priest felt the weight of history behind him, the voices of those who had fought similar battles whispering encouragement. But as the intensity reached its peak, the question lingered. Would they be able to save Julia? Or were they merely spectators in a tragedy that had reached its inevitable crescendo? As the last echoes of the rite flooded the room, the silence that followed was deafening. Julia slumped, her body finally still, the tension that had gripped the air dissolving like mist in the morning sun. But even in that moment of quiet, a new tension began to build, a sense that the battle was not over. With bated breath, they waited, unsure of what would come next, aware that the journey through Julia's mind was far from complete. The air in the dimly lit room was thick with tension, a palpable heaviness that pressed down on everyone present. A flickering candle cast long shadows, dancing across the walls and bringing to life the fears and uncertainties that lingered like restless spirits. A woman sat in the center of the room, her eyes wide and wild, as if the very essence of her soul was being pulled apart. Whispers of possession echoed through the ages, but those who witnessed her torment felt something deeper, a profound struggle that extended beyond mere supernatural forces. In the 17th century, stories of possession surged as hysteria swept through villages and towns, leading to trials and tragedies that would stain history. Public fear of the unknown intertwined with religious fervor, resulting in a perfect storm of paranoia. Yet there was another story lurking beneath the surface, a tale of troubled minds mistaken for the work of evil spirits. The lines between spiritual and psychological began to blur, leaving a chilling reminder of how easily fear could twist perceptions, turning the vulnerable into targets. As the woman writhed, her mother clasped her hands together, eyes brimming with tears. The townsfolk had gathered, convinced that evil had taken hold of her daughter. But was it truly a demon? Or was it the weight of unexamined trauma, a voice crying out in anguish? The mental health of the afflicted had been sidelined in favor of ghostly explanations, leaving pain unaddressed. It was an all-too-common theme throughout history, where societal expectations and fears overshadowed the very real struggles faced by individuals. Consider the case of Anneliese Michel, a young woman in 1970s Germany whose tragic story would ignite debates that still rage today. Diagnosed with epilepsy and severe depression, she experienced visions that her family interpreted as demonic possession. But what if the true possession lay in the stigma surrounding mental health? Her parents, desperate and fearful, turned to priests rather than psychiatrists, believing fervently that faith could vanquish the demons within. The heartbreaking consequence was a descent into darkness that culminated in her death, a reminder of how ignorance can manifest into a tragedy too immense to comprehend. The whispers of the past spoke of another figure, Mary Glover, a young girl in 17th century Massachusetts. Accused of witchcraft, she became a pawn in a game of societal paranoia. Her symptoms, often described as fits, were overlooked as signs of possession rather than manifestations of her troubled mind. As the courtroom filled with spectators, the atmosphere crackled with a mix of fear and dread. Her fate was sealed not by evidence but by the weight of communal fear, a chilling reminder of how easily the mentally fragile can be cast aside for something more sinister. As the candle flickered again, the room seemed to hold its breath. The woman's voice rose, a mix of guttural sounds and desperate pleas. Each cry echoed not just through the chamber but through centuries of misunderstanding. Could it be that mental illness had been the true specter haunting her? The screams that pierced the air were not just cries for salvation, but also a raw expression of her inner turmoil, one that society had failed to grasp. The history of possession cases reveals a troubling pattern where the complexities of mental health are overshadowed by dramatic narratives of evil spirits. During the Salem witch trials, several young women claimed to be tormented by witches, yet many historians argue that their symptoms align more closely with contemporary understandings of mental health disorders. The world was quick to label them as possessed, ignoring the very real struggles they faced. A witch hunt became a hunt for the mentally ill, leaving devastation in its wake. Tension hung in the air as the woman's writhing intensified. Her voice rose, reaching a pitch that sent shivers down spines. Was this truly possession? Or was it an outcry against a world that had often failed to listen? In each twisted movement, there was a plea for understanding, a cry for help buried under layers of fear and superstition. The candle flickered again, casting a momentary glow on the fearful faces surrounding her. If only they could see that the demons were not always what they believed. Sometimes they were simply the shadows of despair. Historical accounts like that of the exorcism of Robbie Mannheim in the late 1940s draw attention to the clash between the supernatural and the psychological. Robbie's troubling episodes, interpreted as demonic, were later examined through a lens of mental health, revealing a boy grappling with deep-seated trauma. The very narrative that had entrapped him became a reflection of society's failure to differentiate between possession and mental distress. As the story unfolded, it illustrated the dire consequences of misunderstanding, a life marked by fear and desperation. The tension built as the woman's cries echoed, her body arching in ways that seemed impossible. Was this the work of a demonic force, or was it the manifestation of a tormented mind? The room held its breath, caught between historical fears and the raw reality of mental illness. The crowd, once eager for a spectacle, began to falter, their resolve shaken. They were faced with a truth too complex to confront, one that gnawed at them, forcing them to question their beliefs. Outside, the world continued to turn, oblivious to the struggle occurring within those four walls. But inside, the boundaries between spirit and psyche blurred, revealing a haunting truth. The history of possession is not merely a tale of exorcisms, but a reflection of humanity's ongoing battle with the unknown, a poignant reminder of the struggles faced by those who are often misunderstood. It is a dance of shadows, a reminder that the greatest demons may not come from beyond, but from the depths of our own minds. As the candles began to sputter, casting long, eerie shadows that flickered with uncertainty, the room fell into a heavy silence. The air was thick with unanswered questions, leaving the audience suspended in a moment fraught with emotion. The struggle was far from over, and the haunting cries still echoed, begging for attention, understanding, and recognition. The battle between belief and reason continued, weaving a story that would not easily fade from memory, propelling them into an uncertain future where the lines between the spiritual and the psychological remained irrevocably intertwined. A flickering television screen casts ghostly shadows in a dim room where a lone figure sits, eyes wide, heart racing. The scene is charged with palpable tension, the kind that sends shivers down the spine. On the screen, a news anchor's voice trembles with urgency, recounting a chilling tale of possession. An ordinary girl, seemingly transformed into a vessel for something dark and sinister. This is not just a story. It is a phenomenon that has gripped the public's imagination for decades, a swirling mix of fear and fascination, and the media is at its center, weaving intricate narratives that blur the line between reality and fiction. The air is electric with the weight of history, echoing with the cries of those who have lived through such hauntings, the stories from centuries past that always resurface in times of fear. In the early 20th century, the world was still reeling from the horrors of war and uncertainty. The media, with its growing power and reach, seized upon the fears of a nation. Reports of possession became sensationalized, turning terrified families into the subjects of lurid headlines. Each story was more dramatic than the last. Hungry for views, newspapers and radio stations fanned the flames of hysteria, turning whispers into screams. The public, wide-eyed and anxious, leaned in closer, craving the thrill that these stories offered. One notable case in the 1940s involved a young boy named Roland Doe, whose alleged possession led to a series of exorcisms that would later inspire the infamous movie The Exorcist. The media seized upon this case, crafting a narrative that captivated the nation. As journalists flocked to the story, they added layers of embellishment, evoking images of flying furniture, guttural voices, and eyes that glowed with otherworldly malice. The lines between truth and fiction blurred, igniting a fire of belief in possessions that would spread like wildfire. As the years rolled on, the 1970s brought a new wave of sensationalism. Talk shows and documentaries capitalized on the public's obsession with the supernatural. The media storm intensified, capturing the attention of a generation hungry for the bizarre and the unexplained. Each broadcast was more gripping than the last, a roller coaster of spine-tingling accounts that left viewers gasping for breath, caught between disbelief and a craving for more. The sensation grew, with each viewer contributing to a collective mania, a tapestry of fears woven through shared stories of possession. Then came the digital age, a technological revolution that transformed the way stories spread. Online forums buzzed with accounts of the haunted, where personal experiences collided with speculation. People no longer needed to wait for the evening news. They had the power to share their own tales. But with this power came the risk of misinformation. A story could morph in minutes, taking on a life of its own as every reader added their voice. The media, now intertwined with social media, had entered a new chapter, where the frightening narratives of possession were just a click away. A poignant example emerged from the heart of the internet frenzy: the case of Anneliese Michel, a young woman whose tragic death during an exorcism sparked outrage and horror. Media coverage was relentless, framing her story as both a cautionary tale and a chilling account of faith gone awry. Viewers were left grappling with the sense of helplessness, wondering how something so raw and real could spiral into chaos. The emotions ran deep, flooding the airwaves with grief and anger, while audiences wrestled with their beliefs about life and death. The impact of these narratives cannot be overstated. Psychologists and sociologists began to take notice, studying the ways in which media influence swayed public perception. The very idea of possession became a cultural phenomenon, spawning debates about faith, mental health, and the supernatural. What was once relegated to the fringes of society now claimed real estate in mainstream culture as films and television shows drew inspiration from these narratives. Audiences flocked to theaters, eager to be frightened, to feel the adrenaline rush of terror, all while questioning the nature of reality itself. As the night wore on, the room where the figure sat grew colder, shadows creeping closer as if the very walls were closing in. The television droned on, recounting yet another possession tale that seemed all too real. Each flickering image sent shivers racing down spines, stirring ancient fears that had lain dormant. The stories of yesteryear echoed in the minds of those watching, their hearts pounding in rhythm with the pulse of the unknown. In the midst of this growing obsession, a chilling question hung in the air: how much of this was real? The media's narrative became a mirror reflecting both the fears and desires of society. Was there truly something dark lurking in the shadows, or was it merely a projection of human anxiety? As the screen flickered, weaving tales of anguish and dread, the audience found themselves captivated, yearning for answers that remained tantalizingly out of reach. And then, just as the tension reached its peak, the screen flickered and the anchor's voice softened. The stories of the possessed were no longer just tales of horror, but were laced with the complexities of human emotion, faith, and fragility. The camera panned to a candlelit room filled with whispers of prayer, hope, and despair. The line between the sacred and the profane faded, leaving behind an unsettling truth, a world where every possession narrative was a reflection of the human condition, a plea for understanding and compassion. As the screen faded to black, a hush fell over the room. The figure sat in silence, caught in a web of unease and curiosity, wondering what lay ahead. The stories of possession would continue to weave through the fabric of society, each tale sparking fresh fears, igniting conversations about faith, belief, and the mysteries of existence. And as the media continued to shape these narratives, the longing for answers would always remain, a haunting echo in the night, drawing the audience deeper into the unknown, forever chasing the next chilling tale. The moon hung high in the sky, a pale ghost illuminating the quiet cloister of the convent. It was the kind of night where silence felt heavy, as if the air itself held its breath, waiting for something unimaginable to unfold. Inside the ancient stone walls, Sister Agnes sat in her modest cell, her hands trembling as she clutched a rosary that had been passed down through generations. The flickering candlelight cast eerie shadows that danced menacingly across her face, revealing a mixture of fear and resolve. For years, whispers had circulated through the convent. Murmurs of unholy presences lurking in the corners, of strange noises echoing in the stillness, and of a sister who had become a vessel for something far more sinister than they could comprehend. It was Sister Eliza, once a vibrant and joyful presence, now a shell of the woman she had been. Her laughter had turned to sorrow, her prayers to cries of desperation. The change was sudden, but the seeds of darkness had been sown long before. Sister Agnes had seen the shift, the way Eliza's eyes had clouded over, losing their warmth. Her voice, once sweet as a lullaby, now held a chilling edge, as if someone else spoke through her. The sisters were terrified, but they also clung to their faith, convinced that prayer could drive away the encroaching shadows. Yet, as the days turned into weeks and the nights grew darker, they could no longer ignore the signs. The air thickened with dread, and even the most devout began to question their beliefs. The convent's Mother Superior, a woman of formidable presence, gathered the sisters in the chapel one stormy evening, the wind howling like a banshee outside. As they huddled together, the lighting crackled, illuminating the faces of the frightened nuns, their eyes wide with fear. "We must confront this darkness," the Mother Superior declared, her voice steady despite the trepidation that clutched at her heart. "We cannot allow it to consume us." But how could they confront something that was not of this world? The stories of exorcisms danced in their minds, tales of priests wrestling with demonic forces, of holy water sizzling against possessed skin, of souls saved from the brink of hell. But this was no film. This was their reality. A sister they loved trapped in a battle for her very soul. As the days passed, the air in the convent grew colder, and Sister Eliza's condition worsened. She would scream in the night, thrashing against her bed as if invisible hands were pulling her down into darkness. Her cries echoed through the stone corridors, chilling the blood of those who heard them. The sisters would gather in their cells, praying fervently, but the darkness only seemed to deepen. Then came the night when Sister Agnes could take it no longer. She crept down the dimly lit hallway toward Eliza's cell, her heart pounding like a drum in her chest. The door creaked open, revealing a sight that would forever haunt her. Sister Eliza lay on her bed, but it was not her face that terrified Agnes. It was the way her body twisted, contorting at unnatural angles, as though something malevolent was at play. "Eliza!" Sister Agnes cried, but the voice that answered was not Eliza's. It was low and guttural, dripping with malice. "Leave her be." The darkness twisted in the air like smoke, wrapping around Sister Agnes, threatening to pull her into its depths. With courage she didn't know she possessed, Agnes stepped closer, clutching her rosary tightly, whispering prayers that trembled on her lips. "In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave." The words felt like stones thrown into a raging river, but the river only swirled faster. Suddenly, the candle flames sputtered violently, illuminating the walls with a flickering glow. "You think your prayers will save her?" The voice sneered, and Agnes felt her heart seize in terror. It was as if the very fabric of the convent was unraveling, the sacred ground turning into a battleground. The Mother Superior summoned the Church's help, calling upon a priest known for his expertise in exorcisms. The sisters gathered, their faces pale with fear and hope intertwined. As the priest arrived, the air thickened with a palpable tension. He carried with him the scent of incense, the weight of centuries of faith, and an undeniable aura of authority. "What you face is ancient," he warned the sisters, the gravity of the situation pressing down on them like a weight too heavy to bear. "We must prepare for a battle that is fought in prayer and fierce resolve. What has claimed Sister Eliza is cunning and will fight back." As the priest entered Eliza's cell, the sisters formed a circle outside, their hands clasped together in fervent prayer. The atmosphere pulsed with a strange energy, a mix of fear, anticipation, and the flickering hope that love may conquer even the deepest darkness. Rituals began, holy water was sprinkled, and sacred words were spoken, each chant vibrating through the very walls of the convent. Inside, the struggle was intense. Sister Eliza's body writhed uncontrollably as the priest confronted the spirit that had claimed her. "Your time here is over," he declared, his voice steady and commanding. But the demonic voice retorted with laughter that chilled the bones of every sister outside. "You think you can expel me? I am eternal." The air crackled with energy, the very essence of good and evil clashing in that small room. It was a battle of wills, a fight for a soul hanging in the balance. Outside, the sisters felt the temperature drop, their breaths visible in the cold air as they prayed harder, the weight of their faith bearing down upon them. As Sister Agnes held her rosary tightly, each bead pressed into her palm, she felt the weight of history. The countless souls who had faced this same darkness, the prayers that had been uttered in the name of love and hope. It was a legacy of faith, stretching back through the ages, and in that moment she felt an unbreakable connection to the past. But the struggle was far from over. The voices inside the cell rose in a crescendo, a cacophony of torment and anger that threatened to shatter the very foundation of their beliefs. And amid the chaos, the truth began to surface. The secrets held by the Church, the untold stories of those who had battled demons not just outside, but within their own hearts. Sister Agnes's pulse quickened, the weight of the moment pressing down on her as she realized this was more than just an exorcism, it was a reckoning. The shadows that haunted their lives were not merely external threats but reflections of their own fears and doubts. As the struggle raged on, the line between good and evil blurred, leaving all who bore witness to question not just their faith, but the very nature of existence itself. And as the night wore on, each heartbeat resounded like a ticking clock, inching closer to a confrontation that would change everything. The cold wind howled against the weathered stones of the old Paulding jail, a haunting melody that whispered of forgotten souls and lingering shadows. The building loomed ominously against the night sky, its dark silhouette a reminder of its grim past. As the moon cast an eerie glow, Illuminating the cracked walls and barred windows, a shiver ran down the spines of those who dared to approach. Once a place of punishment, its halls had seen the despair of many, and the air was thick with the weight of their stories. As the clock struck midnight, 3 fearless investigators stepped cautiously through the creaking door, which had not known the touch of a human hand in years. The air within was stale, carrying the stench of decay and despair. The flickering beam of their flashlights danced across the peeling paint and rusted metal, revealing ghostly remnants of cells that had held the most desperate of souls. Each footstep echoed like a heartbeat, quickening with the anticipation of what lay ahead. The group paused in the main corridor, their breaths visible in the chilly air. It was here that the voices of the past seemed to resonate the strongest. Reports of strange occurrences had plagued the jail for decades: disembodied whispers, the clanging of cell doors, and the feeling of unseen eyes watching. For those who had spent their nights ensnared by darkness, the memories lingered like an unshakable curse. A chilling draft swept through the corridor, causing the investigators to shudder involuntarily. It carried with it a sensation of being watched, as if the spirits of former inmates roamed the very halls they had once called home. One investigator, a woman named Lila, felt an undeniable pull towards the first cell on their right. The door hung slightly ajar, as if inviting her to step inside. Her heart raced, a mix of fear and curiosity flooding her senses. As she crossed the threshold, a sudden chill encased her, and the flashlight flickered. In that flicker, she glimpsed a figure, pale and translucent, sitting on the cot in the corner. A man with hollow eyes that seemed to penetrate her soul. He looked up, his lips moving, but no sound emerged. The air thickened, and Lila's breath caught in her throat. "What do you want?" she whispered, barely able to voice her fear. The figure's expression was one of anguish, as if he were trapped in a never-ending cycle of torment. While Lila remained frozen in fear, her companions outside the cell began to hear an unsettling chorus, a series of low moans that echoed through the corridor. They exchanged terrified glances, their instincts urging them to flee, yet an invisible force held them in place. The moans grew louder, intertwining with the rattling of chains, creating a haunting symphony of despair. It was as if the very walls were crying out for justice. Suddenly, a loud bang resonated from the far end of the jail, startling Lila from her trance. She rushed out of the cell, her heart pounding as she rejoined her friends who were now gathered around the entrance of the solitary confinement area. The door to one of the cells had slammed shut, sealing itself with a deafening finality. The investigators stood in a tight circle, their breaths quickening as they felt the electricity in the air, an omen of the spirits stirring. "Did you see that?" one of them exclaimed, his voice barely above a whisper. "What was that?" Lila nodded, still shaken. "There's something in here with us. I felt it." As they crept towards the solitary confinement area, the air grew colder, almost biting at their skin. The flickering lights cast eerie shadows that danced along the walls, shapes that seemed too alive, too human. Each investigator felt a chill that sank deeper than the bone, a primal instinct urging them to abandon the investigation. Yet a different force bound them together: curiosity, a desire to know who roamed these halls and why they lingered. In the dim light, they saw the ghostly figure again, standing in the corner of the room, his features distorted by pain. The man seemed to be beckoning them forward, a silent plea for understanding. The investigators exchanged nervous glances, the weight of the moment pressing down on them. Lila stepped closer, feeling the pull of the man's sorrow. "Who are you?" she asked, her voice trembling. The air around her crackled with energy, and for a brief moment, she believed she could hear his thoughts, echoes of a life once vibrant, now reduced to whispers. "What happened to you?" The answer came in the form of a rush of cold air, slamming the door behind them with such ferocity that it rattled the very foundation of the jail. Panic surged through the group, but Lila felt compelled to stay, to understand the pain etched into the very stones around her. The whispers grew louder, forming a cacophony of anguished cries. Names floated through the air, lost and forgotten, like echoes of the past seeking recognition. Suddenly, one investigator screamed as a shadow darted across the room, a fleeting glimpse of a figure that seemed all too real. The atmosphere thickened, and the lights began to flicker violently, illuminating the faces of the investigators, wide-eyed and terrified. It was then they realized they were not just witnesses. They were part of the story, entwined with the spirits that lingered. The temperature plummeted, and Lila felt a hand brush against her arm, icy yet sorrowful. She spun around, met by the hollow eyes of the ghostly man, who pointed toward a tattered journal on the floor, the pages fluttering as if caught in an invisible breeze. The words within held the key to understanding, a history of despair that had bled into the fabric of the jail itself. "Read it," one of her companions urged, the desperation in his voice ringing clear. "Maybe it will tell us how to help them." But just as Lila bent down to pick up the journal, the lights went out completely, plunging them into a suffocating darkness. The whispers intensified, swirling around them like a storm. Fear gripped them, each heartbeat echoing like a war drum in the silence. But this darkness was different. It felt alive, charged with the energy of 1,000 restless spirits. The tension crackled in the air, a palpable reminder that they were not alone. In that moment, the tales of the past roared to life, the jail itself awakening, revealing a history too painful to forget. The chilling reality of their investigation sank into the marrow of their bones as they faced the shadows of those who had suffered. No longer mere observers, they were now part of a haunting that begged to be understood. And in the depths of that darkness, the real horror was only just beginning. A piercing scream shattered the stillness of a small village nestled among the Andean mountains. It echoed through the narrow streets, sending chills racing down the spines of those who heard it. This was no ordinary scream. It was raw, filled with a mixture of terror and despair, and it belonged to a teenager named Lucia. At just 16, she had become the center of a storm that would engulf her family, her community, and challenge the very roots of their beliefs. Lucia had always been a spirited girl, full of laughter and dreams, but lately whispers floated through the village like the wind, unseen shadows creeping into the corners of their lives. Something was wrong with Lucia. The once vibrant girl faded, becoming a wraith of her former self, her eyes darkening as if a storm were gathering behind them. Her parents, frightened and desperate, turned to the only solution they believed could restore peace: an exorcism. Within the confines of the village, traditions ran deep, woven into the fabric of everyday life. The people honored their ancestors and revered the spirits that they believed watched over them. Yet, lurking beneath the surface was a tension that many chose to ignore. The clash of old beliefs with the encroaching influence of modernity created an unsettling atmosphere. The Catholic Church had long influenced the region, but the ancient spirits of the land still whispered through the trees, beckoning for acknowledgement. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the air thickened with anticipation. A small gathering formed around Lucia's home, their faces etched with concern and fear. The scent of burning sage wafted through the air, mingling with the earthy aroma of wet soil. It was an age-old ritual, a desperate attempt to exorcise whatever spirit had taken hold of her. The village shaman, a figure shrouded in mystery and respect, arrived, a bundle of herbs clutched tightly in his hands. He was a guardian of traditions, a bridge between the past and present. His presence commanded attention, every eye fixed on him as he began to chant, his voice rising and falling like the wind through the mountains. As he spoke the sacred words, the crowd held its collective breath, caught between hope and dread. Lucia lay on her bed, her body convulsing, her face contorting as if grappling with an unseen force. The shaman's chants grew louder, more urgent, echoing the fears that plagued the villagers. These were not just words. They were a plea, a confrontation of the darkness that loomed over them. The villagers believed in the supernatural, in spirits that could inhabit the living, and in the power of ancient rituals to drive them away. This belief was rooted in centuries of history, passed down through generations. They knew the stories of others who had faced similar battles, tales that danced on the edge of folklore and reality. In the shadows, Lucia's mother watched with tears streaming down her face, her heart aching for the daughter she once knew. As she clutched onto a rosary, the beads slipped through her trembling fingers, falling onto the floor like lost hopes. Her husband, a man of few words but deep emotions, stood by her side, his face a mask of anguish. They had been raised in a world where faith could move mountains, yet now they felt powerless against the force that had claimed their girl. The shaman's voice pierced through the chaos. "You are not welcome here," he bellowed, his gaze fierce, locking onto Lucia's writhing form. The struggle within her intensified, more than just a battle of spirit. It felt like a war of belief. The villagers could feel the energy shift, the air electric with uncertainty. Was this truly a possession, or were they witnessing the pain of a young girl battling her own demons? As the night stretched on, the line between reality and supernatural began to blur. Whispers of doubt crept into the hearts of those gathered. They exchanged glances filled with confusion. Was it a spirit, or was it simply the burden of adolescence that had taken hold of Lucia? Some villagers remembered their own struggles, those dark nights filled with despair, the times when they had felt lost, teetering between worlds. But for others, the old stories reigned supreme. The legends of the village spoke of spirits who roamed the mountains, seeking vengeance or solace. The stories warned of the consequences when one failed to respect the balance between worlds. Was Lucia's plight a punishment for the community's collective oversight? As the final chant echoed into the night, the atmosphere shifted. Lucia let out a primal scream, a sound that seemed to resonate with the very earth beneath them. The shaman, drenched in sweat, fell to his knees, and the villagers gasped in unison, their hearts racing. The tension was palpable, a living thing that tightened around their throats, leaving little room for air. In that moment of uncertainty, a flicker of hope ignited. Perhaps the exorcism would bring clarity. Perhaps it would cast out whatever darkness had taken hold of Lucia's soul. But in the depths of despair, the question lingered. At what cost? The villagers could only watch with bated breath, hearts pounding as the battle raged on, caught in a web of fears, faith, and the desperate hope that their beloved Lucia would return to them, whole, unbroken, and free from the shadows that haunted her. And so the ritual continued, an unending cycle of chants and prayers echoing through the night, with no end in sight. The villagers remained, bound by their shared fears and beliefs, each heartbeat a reminder of the fragile line between reality and the unknown. In the midst of it all, the mountain stood silent, bearing witness to the ancient struggle between light and darkness as the shadows danced just beyond the flickering candlelight, waiting for the next chapter to unfold. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced on the walls, twisting into grotesque shapes that seemed to mock the very essence of humanity. In a small, weathered cottage on the outskirts of Salem in the late 17th century, a whisper of dread hung stubbornly in the air, as palpable as the chill of the autumn night. Mary Wilkins sat hunched over her hearth, her hands trembling, not from the cold, but from an invisible weight that pressed upon her soul. She could feel it, something sinister lurking just beyond the edges of her consciousness. It was as if the darkness itself had taken on a life of its own, coiling around her, ready to strike. The rumors had spread through the town like wildfire. People spoke in hushed tones about possession, about the dark forces that tormented those who strayed too close to the brink of despair. The townsfolk whispered of strange behaviors, of eyes turning vacant, of voices that dripped with malice emerging from lips once known for laughter. They pointed fingers and cast glances filled with suspicion, their fear manifesting in accusations that could end a life without a shred of proof. Yet, deep down, they feared more than just the possibility of the supernatural. They feared the hidden corners of their own minds. As the clock struck midnight, the cottage was filled with a sudden chill that made Mary's heart race. She could hear the distant sound of a child crying, a sound that echoed through the night, a sound that clawed at the very fabric of her sanity. The voice was hers, twisted and torn, whispering secrets she dared not confront. She grasped her head in her hands, battling against the invisible enemy that seemed intent on claiming her very essence. Hadn't she already lost enough? She had buried 2 children, her husband taken by illness, and now it felt as if the shadows were coming to collect her too. In that moment, the walls closed in, and the dark corners of her mind began to echo with memories long buried. The nights when she had wandered into the forest, her breath visible in the icy air, seeking solace from the pain. It was there she had first felt the pull of something otherworldly, a shimmering presence that spoke to her in a voice only she could hear. It promised comfort, whispered sweet nothings while wrapping her in its embrace. But now, that same presence felt like a noose tightening around her throat, squeezing the life from her. In the town square, the fear was palpable. Families huddled together, sharing stories of the haunted and the damned. Elizabeth Harmon, a once beloved member of the community, now walked with her eyes vacant and a gait that seemed to defy the very laws of nature. They said she was possessed, that something dark and ancient had claimed her. The children watched from a distance, their eyes wide with a mixture of horror and fascination. The adults tried to shield them, but it was too late. The seed of fear had already taken root. On the night of Elizabeth's public trial, laughter erupted from the crowd, a twisted sound that mingled with the cries of the accused. Mary clutched her chest, her heart pounding like a war drum. She remembered the tales of witches, of women who had crossed paths with the unnatural and were punished for their transgressions. Was this what awaited her? The thought alone sent shivers down her spine. Each accusation hurled at Elizabeth felt like a dagger aimed at her own heart, a reminder of how tenuous her grip on reality had become. The air was thick with tension as the townsfolk clamored for justice, but deep down they were fighting their own battles. Each accusation was laced with their own fears. Fear of failure, fear of the dark corners of their hearts, fear of being consumed by the very shadows they sought to banish. They feared that at any moment they could be on the other side of that gallows, judged not for their actions but for the demons that danced within them. As the sun dipped below the horizon, bathing the town in a crimson hue, Mary felt the weight of her own guilt and grief. She could no longer tell where her pain ended and the town's fear began. She stood at the edge of the forest, staring into its depths, where the trees twisted into grotesque figures, their gnarled branches beckoning her closer. The voices whispered, urging her to embrace her despair, to let go of the shackles of fear that bound her to this world. As the days turned into a blur of accusations and strife, Mary found herself drawn deeper into the shadows of her own mind. She began to see visions, images of her lost children, their laughter echoing like a distant melody. But lurking beneath those fleeting memories, she sensed something darker, something that watched with hungry eyes. Each time she closed her eyes, that invisible presence loomed ever closer, feeding off her pain and fear, reminding her of what she had lost. In the quiet of her restless nights, Mary often found herself staring into the mirror, searching for the woman she once was. But the woman staring back was foreign, eyes haunted and wild, as if they held the burden of all the world's anguish. The reflection mocked her, reminding her of the battle she fought against an enemy that was not just out there, but within her very soul. She felt the whispers grow stronger, the promises of an escape from her suffering more tempting than ever. And then came the night when the decision would be made. The The townsfolk gathered once more, their faces grim, their voices sharp with judgment. Mary stood among them, a spectator caught in the crossfire of their collective hysteria. The invisible enemy had grown bold, and she could feel its presence clinging to her like a shroud. Would she join the ranks of the damned, or would she find the strength to confront the darkness that sought to consume her? The tension hung thick in the air, a taut string ready to snap, and as the voices of the crowd rose to a fever pitch, the line between the seen and unseen began to blur. The wind howled like a lost soul, brushing through the narrow streets of a forgotten village where shadows danced under flickering lanterns. The air was thick with whispers. Stories passed from one trembling lip to another, tales that wrapped around the heart like a cold, clammy hand. Each flicker of candlelight brought forth images of the past, of villagers peering into the unknown, their eyes wide with fear and fascination. What lurked beyond the veil of their reality? What stories of possession had been born from the fears that gripped their ancestors? Legends of the forest, where the trees, twisted like gnarled fingers, flourished in the minds of the villagers. It was said that restless spirits roamed beneath the moonlight, waiting for the unwary to cross their paths. Old Mrs. Fenton would clutch her shawl tightly, her voice trembling as she recounted how a neighbor had vanished one fateful night, swallowed by the woods. "The trees whispered her name," she would say, her eyes darting to the edges of the darkening room. And the shadows, they reached for her. Her audience leaned in, hearts pounding at the thought of the unseen, the palpable presence of something otherworldly. In every culture, folklore weaves the fabric of human experience, shaping beliefs about possession and the supernatural. The stories of witches casting evil spells, of malevolent spirits taking over innocent souls, formed a chilling backdrop to daily life. In ancient Rome, the belief in demonic possession was rampant, with the Romans often attributing misfortune to the influence of malevolent forces. They sought comfort in rituals, invoking gods and spirits for protection, but such beliefs extended far beyond the grandeur of Rome. In the windswept hills of Scotland, the tales of the Selkies crept into conversations as fishermen returned from the sea. These mythical creatures, seals by day and humans by night, were said to lure unsuspecting sailors into treacherous waters. But to be possessed by a Selkie was to be entranced by something beautiful yet deadly. The haunting melody of a Selkie's song would echo in the minds of those who heard it, leading them to believe that they could never escape its grasp. Then there were the stories from the heart of Africa, where spirits roamed the plains, both protective and vengeful. The belief in possession was intertwined with the everyday lives of many tribes. They spoke of ancestors who could influence the living, guiding and sometimes punishing. Rituals were performed, dances ignited under the starlit sky, as drums beat a primal rhythm that echoed through the valleys. The community gathered, souls intertwined in a dance with the unknown, each step a plea for favor, each turn a whisper of gratitude. The line between life and spirit blurred, creating a tapestry where possession was a dance, not just an act of malevolence. Meanwhile, in the vast deserts of the Middle East, tales of the jinn emerged, ethereal beings believed to possess humans, twisting their thoughts and actions. The stories spoke of men and women driven to madness by unseen forces, their souls caught in a battle of wills. The ancient texts whispered of exorcisms, rituals performed under the watchful gaze of the moon, invoking powerful prayers to banish these spirits. The tension in the air during such rituals was palpable, a collective breath held in the face of the unknown. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the villagers would gather around the fire, their faces illuminated by the warm glow. They exchanged tales of possession, each story more haunting than the last. A distant scream echoed across the hills, and the fire sputtered, casting long shadows that danced ominously. The tales took on a life of their own, each word a thread weaving a deeper connection to the fears that lay just below the surface. In the heart of Europe, the witch hunts of the 16th and 17th centuries echoed with the weight of folklore's influence. Stories of witches who could possess the innocent were used to justify horrific actions. The fear of the unknown drove communities to accuse their neighbors, their minds clouded with visions of possession and evil. The chilling cries of the accused filled the air, a haunting reminder of how folklore could twist reality into a nightmare. The fires that burned bright against the night sky were not merely of wood and flame. They were the embodiment of fear, a collective panic that consumed lives. Throughout the ages, folklore acted as a mirror to society's deepest fears and desires. When a child fell ill, it was not merely a sickness but the result of a malevolent spirit's touch. When someone acted out of character, whispers of possession filled the air. This interplay between folklore and reality created a rich tapestry of belief, where the lines blurred and consequences were dire. The impact of these beliefs rippled through generations, each story a warning, a lesson wrapped in terror. As the night wore on, the flicker of the candlelight began to fade, and the villagers huddled closer, their breaths mingling in the chill of the night. Outside, the wind howled a mournful tune, echoing the tales of old. They could almost hear the rustle of the trees, whispering secrets of those who had been lost to the grip of possession. Who were they, really? Were they still shackled to the earth, or had they slipped into another realm, their spirits forever intertwined with the ancient stories that birthed such fear? And just as the last ember of the fire glowed softly, illuminating their wide, fearful eyes, a new story began to unfold. A shudder of anticipation swept through the crowd as they leaned in closer, the air thick with unspoken words. What would come next? What shadows would creep forth from the darkness? The tales were far from over, and the night promised more. In the dim light of a flickering candle, shadows danced across the walls of a quaint village chapel, whispering secrets of the past that seemed to hang thick in the air. The scent of aged wood and incense mingled, wrapping around the onlookers like an uneasy embrace. Outside, a chilling wind howled, but within, a different storm brewed, a tension between faith and doubt. It was the year 1634, and tales of possession swept through towns like wildfire, igniting fears and clutching hearts with icy fingers. People spoke in hushed tones of souls ensnared by darkness, of bodies contorted by unseen forces. The villagers gathered, eyes wide with terror and curiosity, seeking answers from a world that felt both familiar and terrifyingly alien. Yet, standing among them was Thomas, a man of reason, a skeptic who dared to question the very fabric of these haunting narratives. As the priest raised his hands in fervent prayer, Thomas couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Was it truly a spirit that tormented the girl lying on the altar, or was it something more mortal? The villagers looked to the heavens for divine intervention, yet Thomas felt himself sinking further into an ocean of uncertainty. His heartbeat quickened, echoing the whispered doubts that fluttered in his mind. It wasn't that he disbelieved in the supernatural, it was that he believed in the complexity of the human mind, a labyrinth filled with both light and shadow. The girl, pale as the moonlight, writhed on the ground, her voice rising in guttural tones that sent shivers down the spines of the gathered crowd. They recoiled in fear, but Thomas stepped closer, as if drawn in by an invisible thread. He had witnessed the power of suggestion, the fragile boundaries of sanity, and the way fear could warp perception. Could this truly be possession, or was it a manifestation of the unseen struggles buried deep within her soul? He remembered the ancient texts he had read, those dusty tomes filled with accounts of exorcisms and trials, each more shocking than the last. In 1566, the case of the possessed girl in Constance had gripped Europe, leading to mass hysteria and witch hunts, where the innocent were often sacrificed at the altar of belief. Thomas felt the weight of those forgotten souls pressing heavily on his conscience. How many had suffered because of blind faith? How many lives had been ruined by the relentless pursuit of something that might not even exist? With each rising shriek from the girl, the villagers' eyes widened in horror, fueled by years of superstition and the teachings of the church. Yet all Thomas could see was a young woman, perhaps tormented by something far more human than demonic. Anxiety and panic, the true demons that plagued many, were often dismissed in favor of more sensational explanations. He felt the goosebumps on his skin as he pondered the fragility of the human psyche, how easily one could slip into madness when the world around them fed the flames of fear. As the priest shouted commands, the air crackled with tension. Thomas's mind raced, pulling him into a whirlwind of thoughts. What if the girl was caught in a web of societal expectations, her behavior scrutinized and twisted into something sinister? What if she was a reflection of the very fears that consumed the villagers? He felt a burning need to confront this notion, a fire igniting within him that demanded to be acknowledged. The girl's voice transformed, a cacophony of sound that reverberated through the chapel. The villagers gasped, some crossing themselves, while others clutched their children in terror. Yet Thomas stood unmoved, captivated by the sheer power of illusion and belief. History had taught him that much of what was considered supernatural was often rooted in human experience, trauma, illness, or despair. These were the real forces that could twist lives into grotesque shapes, not malevolent spirits lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, the girl's eyes locked onto his, a brief moment of clarity piercing through the chaos. In that instant, Thomas felt a connection, a shared understanding that transcended words. In her gaze, he saw the echo of countless others, men and women throughout history who had been labeled as possessed, who had been silenced, tortured, or burned at the stake. His heart raced. The weight of history pressed down on him, and he could almost hear the cries of those who had come before. His thoughts spiraled, each one a thread leading to the next. The infamous trials held in Salem, where a mere accusation could seal one's fate. The whispers of townsfolk could turn innocence into guilt quicker than the flicker of a flame. He felt the urgency of their shared humanity crashing against the walls of ignorance that surrounded them. The truth, so often obscured by fear, seemed dangerously close, as if he could reach out and grasp it. Yet it slipped through his fingers like smoke. The priest continued his chants, oblivious to the internal battle raging within Thomas. The villagers, caught in their web of belief, failed to see the girl's pain as anything but the work of the devil. The echoes of history rang loud in Thomas's ears, an unending chorus of false accusations and misguided zeal. He felt a shiver creep down his spine, a premonition that he stood on the brink of something monumental, a moment where skepticism could shine its illuminating light on the darkness that cloaked the chapel. The girl screamed again, a piercing cry that shattered the tension in the room. In that moment, Thomas knew he had to act. Would he stand idly by, allowing fear to dictate the narrative, or would he step forward, fueled by the very skepticism that had guided him through life? His heart pounded like a war drum, echoing the call to challenge the status quo. The air around him hummed with anticipation, a fragile promise of change hovering just out of reach, waiting for someone to grasp it and break the cycle of despair that had gripped the village for too long. As he opened his mouth to speak, the candle flickered violently, casting a long shadow that seemed to stretch further into the depths of the chapel. Thomas's voice trembled with the weight of history, ready to challenge the very essence of belief itself, and the room fell silent, holding its breath as the unseen forces of doubt and conviction collided. In that charged moment, the air thickened with the possibility of truth, an electric tension binding the past with the present, ready to ignite a fire that could illuminate the darkest corners of human experience. The air was thick with tension as shadows flickered against the stone walls of the ancient chapel. The flicker of candlelight danced nervously, as if aware of the unseen forces lurking just beyond the threshold. An oppressive silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft whispers of those gathered in prayer. They huddled close, their faces a mixture of fear and determination, each heart beating in sync with the realization that the battle looming before them was unlike any other. This was not a fight against flesh and blood, it was a war waged against the darkness itself. In the dim light, a figure stood at the altar, hands raised and voice steady, calling upon the power of faith and the ancient rites of deliverance. Father Michael, a seasoned priest with decades of experience etched into the lines of his face, felt the weight of the oppressive air like a heavy cloak. He could sense the presence of malevolence, dark, twisted, and lurking just out of sight. It was a presence that had plagued this small village for generations, a demon that whispered despair into the hearts of men and gnawed at the edges of their sanity. As he began to recite the sacred incantations, the temperature in the room seemed to drop. A shiver ran down the spines of the gathered faithful, and the flickering flames bowed low as if in reverence or fear. The church had stood for centuries, witnessing countless lives and deaths, but none had prepared them for the storm brewing within its walls that night. The air crackled with invisible energy, a battle of wills about to unfold. In the days leading up to this moment, the village had been gripped by an unexplainable dread. Livestock were found mutilated, and crops wilted under a heavy cloud of misfortune. Whispers of a curse had spread like wildfire, igniting panic and suspicion. People spoke of shadows moving just beyond their vision, of voices echoing through the night, a haunting melody that drove the weak-minded to madness. Among the villagers, a young woman named Sarah became the focal point of their fears. Once vibrant and full of life, she had become a shell of her former self, her laughter replaced by hollow silence, her eyes reflecting a darkness that consumed her from within. Sarah's mother, a woman of unwavering faith, had sought the help of Father Michael, her heart heavy with the burden of her daughter's plight. It was said that demons fed on despair and pain, and as Sarah's condition worsened, the tormentors grew stronger. Each night her mother would kneel by her bedside, praying for deliverance, but the shadows only grew longer, echoing her despair. Father Michael, upon hearing their story, knew that this was not just one soul in peril. It was a manifestation of a deeper, more sinister evil. As the priest continued to chant, the atmosphere shifted. A guttural growl resonated from the very depths of the chapel, a sound that clawed at the edges of sanity. It was as if the walls themselves were screaming in defiance, echoing the turmoil that had been unleashed. The flickering candles sputtered violently, casting long, eerie shadows that twisted and contorted like tortured souls. The villagers clasped their hands tighter, panic rising among them, yet they remained steadfast, united by a hope that flickered just as faintly as the flames. Father Michael's voice rose above the din. A beacon of light piercing through the darkness. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, I command you to leave this place. The very air seemed to vibrate with his declaration, a challenge thrown into the abyss. The growl transformed into a high-pitched wail, a sound that chilled the bones of all who heard it, and in that moment they understood that the battle was not just for Sarah, but for their very souls. Outside, the wind howled like a banshee, rattling the windows and howling through the trees. The night seemed alive, echoing with the cries of those who had come before to confront the demon's wrath. The chapel had withstood the test of time, but it had never faced such a vile presence. This was more than a fight for one girl's life. It was a struggle against the darkness that threatened to engulf them all. Suddenly, Sarah's voice broke through the chaos, a haunting blend of her own and something far more sinister. "You cannot save me," she whispered, her eyes rolling back as the demon fought for control. "I am lost to the void." The villagers gasped as they witnessed the struggle unfold, the very essence of good and evil clashing violently within her frail frame. Father Michael pressed on, undeterred, his faith anchoring him against the tide of despair. As he placed his hands upon Sarah's head, a wave of warmth enveloped them, a stark contrast to the chilling malevolence that threatened to tear the chapel asunder. The prayers surged forth like a tidal wave, lifting the spirits of the faithful, a chorus of voices rising to meet the challenge. The power of their belief became tangible, an electric current surging through the atmosphere, igniting hope where despair had taken root. Yet the demon was relentless. It fought back with all its might, invoking images of fear and doubt, reminding them of all the darkness they had faced. It whispered secrets of failure, taunting them with the memories of their past struggles. But united in their belief, the villagers fortified their resolve, some clutching rosaries, others bowing their heads in silent prayer. With each incantation, Father Michael felt the battle shift, the air thick with an energy that crackled like a summer storm. Sweat dripped from his brow as he pressed on, channeling the collective strength of the gathered souls, their voices intertwining in a powerful symphony of faith and love. The air was charged with an unmistakable force, and the battle was far from over. As the last shreds of hesitation began to crumble, the screams of the demon echoed through the chapel, reverberating against the walls, a promise of retribution that hung ominously in the air. The villagers could feel it, a shift, a tremor beneath their feet, as if the very foundations of their faith were being tested. The sound of crashing glass echoed from the back of the chapel, and the candles flickered violently, casting ghostly silhouettes that danced in the chaos. The struggle was palpable, a living, breathing entity that threatened to engulf them all. But in that moment of despair, something remarkable began to emerge, a bond that transcended fear, an unbreakable thread woven by shared hope and relentless faith. And just as the darkness seemed poised to swallow them whole, a light broke through the shadows, a flicker of divine intervention that set the air alight with a warmth that chased away the chill. As Father Michael's voice rang out a final, thunderous command, the very ground beneath them shook, and the demon's anguished wail rose to a crescendo, a sound that echoed with the weight of centuries, a battle cry against the forces of light. The villagers held their breath, hearts racing as the chapel trembled under the weight of the supernatural clash. In that moment, everything hung in the balance, teetering on the edge of fate and despair. The darkness fought back ferociously, but the light shone ever brighter, illuminating even the deepest recesses of their doubt. But before the climax could unfold, a deafening roar erupted, and the very foundations of their reality trembled. And in an instant, it was gone. The wail, the shadows, the weight of despair lifted like mist in the dawn. All that remained was the hushed silence of the chapel, the flickering candles struggling to find their light once more. But the battle was not over. It had only just begun, the seeds of conflict sown deep within the hearts of those who dared to believe. The wind howled through the ancient trees, twisting and tangling the branches like skeletal fingers reaching for the unknown. In the stillness of the night, beneath a silvery crescent moon, shadows danced, flickering with life beyond the ordinary. In this world, where the veil between the seen and unseen is thin, whispers of entities beyond human understanding linger like a haunting melody, threading through history, lore, and the very fabric of existence. In the annals of time, civilizations rose and fell, each leaving behind echoes of their beliefs in the unseen. The Egyptians spoke of gods who walked among mortals, their presence felt in the rustling of the papyrus and the roar of the Nile. They crafted intricate rituals, hoping to appease the powerful beings that governed their destinies. The tale of Anubis, the jackal-headed god, became a lifeline for souls crossing into the afterlife, his enigmatic gaze promising guidance through the darkness. But how much did they truly understand of him? This was only a glimpse of the unfathomable. Fast forward to the eerie silence of medieval Europe, where tales of fairies and spirits flitted through the minds of peasants. It was said that the forest held secrets and creatures that eluded human comprehension. The wilds were alive with whispers, and those who dared to tread too far might encounter the Fae, mischievous beings who played tricks on those who sought their favor. In dimly lit taverns, Men clutched their mugs, eyes wide as they recounted stories of people who vanished without a trace, taken by those who existed in a dimension just out of reach. The unseen, they believed, was a realm to be feared and respected. A dance on the edge of sanity. Across the globe, the indigenous peoples of North America revered spirits bound to the earth, sky, and water. The legends of the Wendigo, a malevolent spirit forever hungry, its insatiable thirst for human flesh a reflection of humanity's darkest desires, echoed through generations. Around flickering fires, the elders spoke in hushed tones, warning the young of the dangers lurking in the shadows. They taught that these entities were not only to be feared, but also acknowledged, their presence a reminder of the delicate balance between the mortal and the ethereal. It was a truth woven into the very fabric of their existence. Meanwhile, in the East, ancient texts hinted at celestial beings and deities beyond reckoning. In Hinduism, the concept of Maya, illusion, suggested that the world as humans perceive it is but a shadow play, a mere glimpse of a reality saturated with divine forces. The dance of Shiva, the creator and destroyer, spun the cosmos into existence, while devas and asuras waged eternal battles in realms unseen. The emotions tied to these divine entities were profound. Love, fear, and reverence muddled together, creating a tapestry of belief that shaped lives and destinies. As the centuries turned, humanity sought to explain the inexplicable. The Renaissance birthed a curiosity that questioned the very nature of existence. Alchemists and philosophers probed into the unknown, whispering of spirits residing in the elements, of energies that could be harnessed but never truly understood. They chased shadows, believing that knowledge could illuminate the dark corners of the mind. Yet, with each discovery, the abyss of the unseen grew deeper, revealing more questions than answers. The 19th century saw a surge in fascination with the supernatural. The spiritualist movement swept through Europe and America, igniting a flame of belief in communication with the dead. Seances became gatherings of hope and fear, where flickering candles illuminated desperate faces yearning for connection with lost loved ones. Spirits were believed to linger, caught between worlds, entities etched in sorrow, trying to convey messages of love, warning, or even vengeance. An entire society emerged, built on the belief that the unseen was not only real but also a force that could be tapped into. But who were these entities that brushed against the edges of human understanding? Were they benevolent guides or malicious tricksters? Were they echoes of souls long departed? Or were they something entirely different? Creatures from dimensions that defy even the wildest of imaginations? The very notion sent chills down the spine, igniting a fear that wrestled with a relentless yearning for connection. In the quiet corners of the world, there still exist places where the unseen is palpable, where ancient rituals beckon the presence of otherworldly beings. In the dense jungles of Central America, shamans commune with spirits, using sacred plants to traverse the thin line separating reality from the unseen. They speak of entities that provide wisdom and insight, yet their voices carry warnings of the dangers that come from delving too deeply into realms unexplored. Each ceremony becomes a dance with the unknown, a step into a world that can be as enlightening as it is terrifying. And so, the narrative unfolds, weaving through history and belief, beckoning the reader to consider the shadows lurking just beyond their understanding. The haunting melodies of the past echo in the present, reminding us that the unseen remains a powerful force in shaping human experience, an ever-present reminder of the mysteries that lie just beyond the veil. Time may march on, but the entities that slip through the cracks of our understanding remain, waiting, watching, and whispering their secrets to those brave enough to listen. It is within this charged atmosphere, where fear intertwines with fascination, that the line between reality and the unseen blurs, urging humanity to confront the unknown that has lingered since time immemorial. As the moon casts its glow upon the ancient earth, so too does the call to engage with the shadows that dance just beyond the grasp of human understanding. The story does not end. It only evolves, twisting onward into the next layer of existence, where the unseen beckons ever closer, woven into the very essence of life itself. The air hung heavy in the room, thick with the scent of burnt sage and a lingering unease that prickled at the skin. Shadows danced across the walls, flickering in the candlelight as whispers of the past curled around the corners of the mind. It was a space where reality and the supernatural blurred, where the echoes of anguished cries and desperate prayers still resonated. The stories of possession had always intrigued those drawn to the macabre, but it was the aftermath, the haunting shadows left behind, that truly captured their imagination. In the 16th century, the witch hunts swept across Europe like a wildfire, leaving destruction in their wake. Villages were torn apart, families shattered, and sanity was lost. It was not just the fear of witches that gripped the hearts of the people. It was the lingering question of what happened to those who were believed to be possessed. The victims, often women labeled as witches, weren't just tortured in body but in mind as well. The psychological scars they bore were profound, etched deep into the very fibers of their beings. Consider the case of Anna Ecklund in Switzerland, executed in 1782, the last woman to be condemned as a witch in the country. Her story didn't end with the noose around her neck. Those who witnessed her trial carried the weight of doubt and guilt for decades. Were they right to convict her? Had they truly seen her become something other than human? The psychological aftermath was not contained within the confines of the accused. It seeped like poison into the community, infecting the minds of those who had turned against her. As the years passed, the ripple effect of these traumatic events echoed through generations. The children of the accused grew up haunted by the shadows of their parents' fates. Families were torn apart, friendships dismantled, and love twisted into suspicion. In Salem, Massachusetts, in the late 17th century, the infamous witch trials left psychological scars that ran deeper than any gallows could inflict. Survivors of the hysteria found themselves trapped in a world where trust had eroded. The specter of betrayal loomed large, and even the most mundane interactions were fraught with the potential for accusation. Imagine the weight of a whispered name. A mere utterance could shift the balance from friendship to enmity. The townsfolk, once neighbors, now saw one another through a lens of fear and paranoia. The psychological toll was substantial, with many experiencing anxiety, depression, and a profound sense of isolation. Those who had once gathered for harvest festivals now stood apart, hearts heavy with the knowledge that any moment could bring forth the specter of suspicion. Take the case of Elizabeth Proctor, who found herself entangled in the web of the Salem witch trials. Even after her husband's eventual exoneration, she bore the scars of public shame and emotional turmoil. For years, she navigated a community rife with division, haunted by the memories of friends who had turned into accusers. Her nights were filled with restless dreams, visions of spectral figures hovering at the edge of her consciousness, reminding her of the fragility of her own sanity. The psychological aftershocks of possession cases extended well beyond the individual. Communities experienced collective trauma, their histories stained with fear and distrust. The very fabric of society unraveled as people grappled with the duality of humanity, the belief in the supernatural clashing with the harsh realities of their actions. Those once bound by love and loyalty found themselves questioning every glance, every whisper, every shadow that flickered in the darkness. In the 19th century, the advent of modern psychology began to offer some respite, yet the ghosts of possession lingered like a heavy fog. The theory of hysteria emerged, attempting to explain the phenomena experienced by those who claimed to be possessed. The diagnoses often fell short, failing to grasp the emotional and psychological complexities at play. The victims were frequently dismissed, their trauma minimized, as society sought easier explanations for their behaviors. their struggles reduced to mere symptoms of a condition rather than the manifestations of deep-seated pain. Even as the world moved into a new century, the legacy of possession cases continued to haunt. History was written in blood and betrayal, and the echoes of those who suffered were not so easily silenced. In the 20th century, psychologists began to study the impact of trauma on the mind, exploring how the memories of possession could warp reality for those who lived through it. The body may forget, but the mind holds on to fear like a vice, clenching with every unexpected sound or flicker of light. Victims of spiritual warfare often found themselves grappling with identity. Were they still the same person after experiencing the terror of possession? The answer was often no. Lives were irrevocably altered, relationships strained, and the very essence of who they were twisted into something unrecognizable. In the dimly lit corners of their minds, the weight of the past pressed down like a suffocating blanket, urging them to confront their demons, yet keeping them shackled in a cycle of fear. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an eerie glow across the landscape, the stories of the possessed emerged from the shadows once more, whispers carried on the wind. The tales of trauma passed down through generations, weaving a complex tapestry of fear, guilt, and pain. In that moment, the air buzzed with unspoken emotions, the promise of secrets yet to unfold, and the pulse of history thrummed in the background, beckoning those who dared to listen. In the eerie quiet of the night, the psychological aftermath of possession cases lay waiting, a haunting reminder of the fragility of the human spirit and the lingering power of a past that refused to be forgotten. The town square buzzed with an energy that crackled in the air, like a storm brewing just beyond the horizon. People gathered, their faces a mix of curiosity and trepidation, eyes fixed on a stage adorned with flickering candles that cast eerie shadows. It was the summer of 1692, and the whispers of witchcraft had ignited a frenzy in Salem. The scent of fear mixed with the fragrance of herbs and spices from nearby stalls, creating an intoxicating atmosphere ripe with anticipation and dread. In the center of it all stood a girl, her age barely touching double digits. Her name was Betty Paris, and she had become the reluctant centerpiece of chaos. The townsfolk could hardly breathe as they watched her twist and convulse, her eyes rolling back as if some unseen entity had claimed her. Gasps filled the air, and a palpable tension gripped the crowd. They were witnesses to something extraordinary, something that would ripple through history and forever alter the fabric of their society. As the days turned into weeks, more children began to exhibit the same strange symptoms. Each publicized possession event drew larger crowds, morphing the spectacle into a form of entertainment that was both thrilling and terrifying. Voices rose, accusations flew, and with each new claim of demonic influence, the town became a cauldron of paranoia, boiling over with hysteria. The elders shook their heads in dismay, yet found themselves captivated, unable to look away. This was no longer merely about the children. It was a battle of good against evil, and they were all players in a game much larger than themselves. In nearby towns, word of Salem's chaos spread like wildfire. Spectacle turned into sensation. The publicized possession events drew crowds from miles away, all eager to witness the bizarre and the grotesque. People arrived with a mix of skepticism and belief, coming in droves to see the young girls who had become living vessels for dark forces. Many would leave transformed, their minds ignited with fear or fervor, forever changed by what they had seen. The societal impact was profound. Borders blurred between sanity and madness, faith and fear. Communities began to fracture under the weight of suspicion and betrayal. Neighbors turned against neighbors. Friendships dissolved like sugar in water. The possible existence of demonic possession became an unyielding truth for many, leading to witch hunts that would claim the lives of innocent people. Trials were held in feverish haste, and confessions extracted under duress became the norm. individuals were labeled as witches, and their fates sealed with the stroke of a pen or a fiery conviction delivered from the pulpit. Yet the possession events were not just causing chaos, they were also awakening a collective conscience. Artists, writers, and thinkers took to their quills and canvases, capturing the haunting imagery of these events. The hysteria seeped into plays and pamphlets, reverberating with emotions that ranged from horror to sympathy. People found themselves grappling with the implications of evil, questioning their own beliefs and values. Was it really possession, or was it a manifestation of societal fears and repression? In the shadows of the stage, another story unfurled. The parents of those children stood, hearts heavy with dread and confusion. They watched their daughters transformed into embodiments of terror, yet they also felt the thrill of attention washing over them. Some families found a twisted sense of pride as their names became part of the larger narrative. But for others, the terror was a living nightmare, a constant reminder that their loved ones were trapped in a spectacle they could neither control nor escape. As the summer sun set, casting a crimson glow over the town, whispers of doubt began to simmer. A few brave souls questioned the authenticity of the supposed possessions. The stories of the afflicted began to fracture under scrutiny, revealing cracks in the terrifying facade. Were these fits a ploy for attention, or were they genuine cries for help? The questions hung in the air, heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Meanwhile, the courtroom drama that unfolded was a theater of its own. Judges, caught in the tide of public opinion, struggled to maintain order. They were men of the law, yet they found themselves adrift in a sea of hysteria. Trials turned into spectacles, and the line between justice and spectacle blurred irrevocably. Each guilty verdict felt like a dagger to the heart of reason. Spectators cheered for blood, demanding justice for sins they could not fully comprehend. The fear of the unknown transformed into a thirst for vengeance, and suddenly, the innocent stood condemned before the raging mob. The possession events had become a mirror reflecting the darkest corners of humanity. Communities were divided, families torn apart. Love turned to betrayal, and trust was a fragile thread that snapped easily under the weight of accusation. Crowds erupted into chaos, fists raised in anger as the frightened sought to reclaim control over their lives. The societal fabric, once tightly woven, began to fray at the edges, leaving devastation in its wake. As autumn approached, the toll was undeniable. The echo of the girls' cries reverberated through the town like the mournful wail of a banshee. They had become symbols of a society at war with itself, caught between the tangible and the intangible, the seen and the unseen. People began to ask difficult questions, not only about the girls and their alleged possessions, but about the nature of faith, fear, and the human condition itself. And so the stage remained set, the flickering candles casting long shadows on a community trapped in the throes of a historical tempest. The thrill of the possession events had morphed into a haunting reminder of what it meant to believe, and what it could cost. As the air thickened with anticipation, the crowd's breath hung in the balance, waiting for the next act in this tragic play. The stories yet to unfold would entwine the fates of many, ensuring that the haunting echoes of those early possession events would never truly fade. In a small village nestled between misty mountains, the air was thick with anticipation as the sun dipped below the horizon. The elders gathered in a circle, their faces illuminated by flickering torchlight, casting dancing shadows that whispered stories of the past. Here, the very concept of possession held a weight that transcended mere ownership. It was a dance of spirits, a tapestry woven from the threads of ancestral bonds and generational legacies. In this world, possession was not just about material items or land. It was about the essence of identity. Among the Maasai in East Africa, cattle are not merely livestock. They are a lineage, a symbol of status and a link to the ancestors. To own cattle is to hold the stories of those who came before, to carry their strength and honor into the present. The men spoke with reverence, their voices steady as they recounted tales of bravery and sacrifice tied to every animal in their herd. Across the ocean, the Inuit people of the Arctic had a different understanding. Here, possession was fluid, an intricate balance with nature. A seal hunted was shared, its flesh a communal feast that nourished the body and spirit alike. To possess meant to respect, to honor the cycle of life. The Inuit believed that to take from the earth was to give back, and this sacred relationship colored every aspect of their existence. Their laughter echoed in the cold air, a celebration of shared blessings that transcended individual ownership. In stark contrast, the sprawling cities of ancient Rome thrummed with ambition and greed. Citizens clamored for wealth, their desires fueled by an ever-growing appetite for more. Possession became a ruthless game, a competition where one's worth was measured not by character but by the size of one's estate. The emperors, draped in opulence, paraded their spoils, but the streets whispered of emptiness beneath their grand facades. The Romans, in their relentless pursuit, had forgotten the gentle touch of community and the warmth of shared stories that once defined their culture. In the heart of Asia, the Japanese samurai held a philosophy of possession that was steeped in honor. Their swords were not mere weapons, they were embodiments of their spirit, reflections of their values and their history. Each blade was crafted with intention, a legacy passed down through generations. The act of possession here was sacred, imbued with a sense of duty and respect. To wield a sword was to carry the weight of one's ancestors, a reminder of the bond between past and present. As the elders continued their stories, a sudden gust of wind swept through the village, rustling the leaves and silencing the crowd. A traveling merchant had arrived, his cart laden with exotic goods, shimmering silks from the east, spices that could ignite the senses, and trinkets that promised wealth. The villagers exchanged glances, the air thick with tension. Here was the embodiment of modern possession, a clash of values against the backdrop of tradition. Would they let the glimmer of possessions draw them away from their roots? Meanwhile, in the vast plains of North America, the Native American tribes held sacred their connection to the land. The earth beneath their feet was not something to own. It was a living entity, a relative to cherish. When one spoke of possession, it was about stewardship, not ownership. Every tree, every river, was a story to pass on, a treasure to protect. As they gathered around the fire, their songs echoed under the stars, each note a testament to their deep-seated respect for the world around them. Back in the village, the merchant began to speak, his voice smooth like honey. He promised riches, a new life untethered from tradition. Many were captivated, their eyes glinting with desire, yet a few elders stood firm, their hearts heavy with the wisdom of ages past. They spoke of the dangers of forgetting one's roots, of losing the connection that bound them to their ancestors. As they spoke, a palpable silence enveloped the gathering, every heart weighing the cost of their choices. The tension mounted, a tightrope walk between past and future. Would the villagers choose to embrace the old ways, or would they succumb to the allure of new possessions? The flickering flames cast shadows that seemed to sway in rhythm with their thoughts, reflecting the inner turmoil that simmered beneath the surface. Here, in this moment, the clash of the cultures was not just an abstract concept. It was alive, breathing between the villagers, every heartbeat a reminder of the choices they faced. In the distance, thunder rumbled, a storm brewing on the horizon. With it came a sense of urgency, a call to action that resonated within the people. What would they hold dear? The promise of wealth and modernity, or the rich heritage of their forebears? As the wind howled, it carried with it the voices of ancestors, urging them to remember, to reflect, to stand united in the face of change. As the skies darkened, the gathering grew restless. The merchant's words fell flat against the weight of tradition. What was possession without meaning? What was wealth without stories? The elders, their hearts aflame with conviction, shared tales of their ancestors, not just of triumph, but of struggle, of unity, and respect for the land. They spoke of the ties that bound them together, stronger than any material possession. Their voices rose, a crescendo of passion that echoed into the night. And as the storm broke, rain poured from the heavens, cleansing the earth and renewing spirits. The villagers looked up, the drops mingling with their tears, a release of emotion that swept through the crowd. In that moment, they understood that true possession was not held in their hands but in their hearts, in the stories passed down through generations, in the love that united them as a community. As the storm raged on, the merchant's cart stood abandoned, a symbol of a fleeting desire. The flickering torchlight illuminated faces filled with resolve, hearts intertwined in a shared commitment to honor their heritage. The elders' words hung in the air, a promise that they would carry the weight of their ancestors into the future, an unbroken chain of love and respect that would not be easily severed. The storm, a mere backdrop to this pivotal moment, would soon fade. But the lessons learned would echo through time. The villagers, now rejuvenated and resolute, were ready to face whatever lay ahead, their eyes shining with the fire of determination. The winds of change may howl, but they would not be swept away. Their roots would hold firm, their stories would continue, and the essence of possession would take on a new meaning, forever intertwined with the pulse of their culture. The street was dimly lit, shadows dancing along the cobblestones as if they held secrets of their own. A soft drizzle began to fall, coating the ground with a sheen that sparkled like diamonds beneath the flickering gas lamps. It was here, in this unassuming alley, that the story of possession and responsibility unfolded, a tale steeped in centuries of law, morality, and the human heart. In ancient Rome, the concept of possession was far more than mere ownership. It was a web of obligations that bound individuals and communities together. A father, holding his child's hand, would teach the boy the weight of responsibility that came with owning land that had fed their family for generations. If the boy lost that land, whether through negligence or misfortune, the repercussions would ripple through time, like a stone cast into a still pond. The echoes of that loss could shatter the delicate balance of life, leading to ruin. Not far from that alley, in the grand halls of medieval courts, knights and nobles debated over land seized in battle. The clattering of armor mixed with heated voices, each man ready to defend his claim, his honor, against the specter of legal retribution. Possession was everything then. A lord might wield his sword to take what he desired, but the law, an invisible hand, ensured that each action bore consequences. A single act of aggression could plunge an entire fiefdom into chaos, leaving innocent lives to suffer in the wake. The very fabric of feudal society hung in the balance, and in those moments, knights learned that responsibility was a two-edged sword. As the years turned, the principles of possession began to shift. The Age of Enlightenment arrived, and with it, thinkers like John Locke argued fiercely for the right to property as an extension of personal freedom. A farmer, sweat glistening on his brow, toiled under the sun, nurturing his crops with love and care. He believed that his hard work entitled him to the fruits of his labor. Yet, as he sowed the seeds, he also planted the notion that with ownership came a duty to protect his land from encroachers. An unseen enemy lurked in the shadows, ready to claim what was not theirs. A thief, perhaps, or a corrupt official, and the farmer's heart raced at the thought of losing his home. In the courts of the Enlightenment, the stakes grew higher. Debates were fierce and the stakes were steep. A young woman stood trial, accused of theft for taking food to feed her starving family. The judge, with a heavy heart, weighed the law against the pulse of humanity. In that moment, the law felt like a cold stone, while desperation was an all-consuming fire. The audience held its breath. Should the weight of responsibility crush the innocent, or should law bend toward compassion? The very essence of justice hung in the air, a fragile balance teetering on the edge of morality. Fast forward to the 20th century, the world witnessed the birth of new laws and legal systems, yet the age-old battle of possession and responsibility raged on. In the bustling cityscape, a young man named Marcus found himself in a precarious situation. He had inherited a family heirloom, a delicate vase passed down through generations. One fateful evening, a party spiraled into chaos. The vase shattered, fragments scattering like lost dreams across the floor. Panic coursed through Marcus's veins. The vase was more than just an object. It was a legacy, a reminder of his family's history. As he cleared the shards, the weight of responsibility pressed heavily on his chest. Would he be able to restore what was lost? Could he face his family, knowing that he had failed to protect their legacy? The laws of possession loomed large, but so did the bonds of love and duty that tied him to the past. To the east of the city, in a courtroom filled with tension, a case unfolded that would leave a mark on legal history. A corporation, powerful and ruthless, had poisoned a river, and the surrounding community was left grappling with the consequences. Families watched as their children fell ill, the laughter of youth replaced by the silence of despair. The lawyers squared off, each side arguing with fervor, yet beneath the legal jargon lay raw human emotion, the anguish of loss, the desperate yearning for justice. It became clear that possession of wealth and resources was meaningless if it came at the cost of human life. Then, with a single judge's gavel strike, the courtroom fell into silence. The decision that followed would echo through the ages, changing the landscape of corporate responsibility forever. The notion that those who possess power must also bear the burden of their actions took root, and the air buzzed with a new understanding of accountability. Outside the courtroom, life marched on. A single mother, clutching her child's hand, looked toward the horizon. She understood that possession was not merely about ownership, it was about connection, about what one holds dear and the responsibility to protect it. History had shown her that possession without responsibility could lead to disaster, that every choice carried weight, rippling through the lives of others. In the darkness, the alley whispered secrets once more, the cobblestones absorbing the stories of countless souls who had grappled with the same age-old dilemma. The echoes of the past blended with the hopes of the future, creating a tapestry woven from the threads of possession and responsibility. It was a dance of tension and emotion, unfurling endlessly like a story waiting to be told, a fire that refused to burn out, each flicker illuminating the path ahead, the legal ramifications stretching infinitely into the night. The flickering light from the screen cast eerie shadows around the dimly lit room. A group of friends huddled together, popcorn forgotten, as the whispers of the film's soundtrack wrapped around them like a cold, clammy fog. On the screen, a young girl's eyes rolled back, a voice not her own emanating from her lips, sending shivers down the spines of everyone watching. The horror was no longer just a story, it was real, tangible, and deeply unsettling. This was just one of countless moments where films stirred the waters of public perception about possession, rousing fear and fascination in equal measure. In the early 20th century, films began to take shape as an influential medium, slowly bending the perceptions of audiences around the world. The 1920 silent classic, The Cabinet of Dr. Caligari, played with the idea of madness, setting a stage for the unimaginable. Audiences gasped at the thought of one losing control over their own mind, a precursor to the terrifying idea of possession. But it was not until the 1970s that the horror genre truly erupted, and with it, the notion of possession entered the public consciousness in a way it had never before. The Exorcist, released in 1973, was a cultural phenomenon that gripped society. Lines formed around theaters as people flocked to experience the terror firsthand. The film's iconic scenes, 13-year-old Regan's spine-chilling transformation and the harrowing exorcism, haunted viewers long after the credits rolled. Those who dared to enter the darkened theaters often left shaken, questioning not just their beliefs but the very fabric of reality. The film was more than entertainment. It ignited debates about faith, science, and the existence of evil, becoming a lens through which the public viewed the concept of possession. As audiences absorbed the visceral imagery, they became an unwitting part of the narrative. News networks began to report on the phenomenon, sharing stories of people fainting in theaters or claiming to have experienced similar occurrences. The film didn't just reflect fear, it shaped it. With every report, the line between fiction and reality blurred even further, leading people to wonder what lurked in the shadows of their own lives. In the years that followed, the floodgates opened. Movies like Poltergeist and The Amityville Horror tapped into the collective psyche, each one adding layers to the already tangled web of belief surrounding possession. The idea sprouted from a whisper to a scream, as families gathered around TVs in the 1980s, sharing stories of haunted houses and mysterious voices. It was in these moments that the fear of the unknown blended seamlessly with the comforting glow of family entertainment, creating a paradox that left many breathless. As children watched their screens flicker with ghostly encounters, they were unknowingly shaped by what they saw. A generation grew up with nightmares rooted in the dramatized horrors of possession, fueling a cycle of fear. Parents, too, were affected, often drawing lines for their children based on what they believed to be true. The ripple effect of these films extended far beyond the theaters. It seeped into the very fabric of society. The real testimonies of individuals claiming possession intertwined with the cinematic narratives, forming a tapestry of hysteria and belief. The media took note, often sensationalizing these stories to keep the public's fear alive. It was a dance of beliefs and fears. The more people believed in possession, the more films catered to that fear, creating a vicious cycle. Interviews with self-proclaimed possessed individuals filled the airwaves, blurring the boundaries of reality and fiction so tightly that truth seemed a distant memory. In the 90s and 2000s, inventive filmmakers wove their narratives into a continuously evolving tapestry of horror, adding psychological twists and new interpretations of possession. The Sixth Sense, while more subdued, played with perception and childhood fears, reaching into the deepest corners of human experience. Audiences began to question not just the supernatural, but also the fragility of the mind. Was possession an external force, or could it spring forth from within? The film Paranormal Activity in 2007 revived the found footage genre, drawing viewers into a story told through the eyes of a young couple. The simplicity of the narrative, combined with the terrifying realness of the footage, made the concept of possession feel more immediate than ever. As they watched the screens, many felt a primal fear awaken within them, as though the darkness lingering just beyond the frame could leap into their own lives at any moment. With each flicker of light, the story of possession morphed, adapting to the fears and anxieties of each passing decade. The digital age introduced a new layer of complexity, as social media platforms buzzed with discussions, memes, and debates about the nature of good and evil. Each film became a talking point, a catalyst for community discussions about faith, skepticism, and the darker sides of human nature. Was it mere entertainment? Or was it a reflection of a society grappling with its own demons? As theories about possession danced across screens and social media, documentaries emerged, attempting to untangle the threads of fear and belief. Interviews with priests, psychologists, and paranormal experts painted a picture where the lines between faith, science, and hysteria intertwined. The idea of possession was no longer just a cinematic tool. It became a subject of both fascination and horror, leading people to wonder if the stories were based on genuine experiences. In the haunting wake of these films, the public's perception of possession became a complex labyrinth, filled with twists and turns. Each story told through the lens of a camera not only entertained but also unnerved, leaving an indelible mark on the viewers' minds. Fear, once a fleeting emotion, transformed into a deep-rooted belief as the flickering lights of the cinema ignited discussions in homes across the world. The experience of watching these films was not confined to the screen. It bled into everyday life. Family gatherings became ghost story sessions, and sleepovers turned into nights filled with whispered fears. The stories of possession morphed into urban legends, creating a sense of camaraderie among those who shared in the fear. The influence of film on public perception was undeniable, as it turned the idea of possession from a mere concept into a palpable entity that lingered in the shadows of minds. As the credits rolled, the friends in the dimly lit room began to breathe again, but the film's haunting grip still held them firmly in its clutches. They exchanged glances, each one reflecting a mix of exhilaration and fear. Was there something more in the darkness that surrounded them? The flicker of the screen was gone, but the conversation had only just begun as they leaned in closer, wanting to share not only their thoughts but also their deepest fears about what they had just witnessed. The conversation would lead to more stories, more movies, and more haunting experiences, as the influence of films shaped their very reality, leaving them wondering what might lurk in the shadows when the lights go out. A chill filled the air as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting eerie shadows across the old town square. People scurried home, hurried by an unseen force, their breaths mingling with the mist that began to creep up from the cobblestones. They whispered the words once spoken with reverence and fear. Possession. The past echoed through the ages like a ghostly whisper, reminding all who dared to listen of the strange phenomena that once gripped the world. Centuries ago, the concept of possession was etched in the foundation of belief systems. Villagers in medieval Europe clutched their rosaries tightly, terrified of the demons they believed lurked just beyond the veil of the mundane world. They sought guidance from priests who donned their robes, prepared to confront the dark forces that threatened their souls. Yet, as the world around them evolved, so did their understanding of the phenomena that once terrified them. Fast forward to the present day, where a different kind of battle rages within the minds of many. In a realm increasingly defined by science and reason, the notion of possession has transformed. The air is thick with skepticism. The flickering flames of ancient belief struggle against the cold winds of secularism. Doctors, psychologists, and skeptics now analyze cases of possession through the lens of mental health, dismissing the supernatural in favor of diagnoses and medications. They view the writhing bodies and anguished cries as symptoms of illness, not as manifestations of the divine or the demonic. Consider the case of young Sarah, a bright-eyed teenager whose laughter once filled her family's home with joy. Without warning, she began to change. Her laughter faded, replaced by whispers that seemed to echo from within. She stared blankly at the walls, as if something unseen held her captive. Her parents, desperate and frightened, turned to the modern world for answers. Doctors prescribed medications, while therapists sought to untangle a web of trauma and distress. Yet deep down, in the darkest corners of their hearts, they wondered if something more sinister was at play. The tension between science and belief created an electric atmosphere, reminiscent of the witch hunts of yesteryears. The history of possession cases reveals a tapestry of fear and faith, woven together with threads of human emotion. From the infamous exorcisms of the 16th century to the sensational stories of contemporary hauntings, the narratives wrap around the mind, refusing to let go. As Sarah's condition worsened, her family found themselves on the edge of despair. They felt the pull of tradition, a longing for something tangible amidst the chaos. They sought the help of a priest, a figure cloaked in centuries of authority and mystery. The priest arrived with a heavy heart, armed with holy water and prayers that had been uttered for generations. In that moment, the old ways seemed to awaken. The air crackled, and the room filled with an ancient energy, as if the spirits of those who had come before were watching closely, waiting for their verdict. The clash between modernity and tradition was palpable. Many in the community rallied behind the family, their voices rising in a chorus of fervor and conviction. They felt that something profound was at stake, that the very essence of humanity was being challenged. With raised fists and tear-streaked faces, they called for the old rituals to be honored, believing that faith could pierce through the veil of doubt and scientific reasoning. Yet, as the priest began the exorcism, there were moments of stillness that reverberated with uncertainty. The boundaries between the sacred and the secular blurred. Whispers of doubt floated in the air, questioning whether this was truly a battle against an evil presence or merely a desperate plea for help in a world that had turned its back on the spiritual. The boundaries of reality twisted and turned as the priest's voice rose, echoing against the walls like a battle cry. Sarah's body writhed, twisting and turning as if caught in an unseen storm. Those gathered, filled with a mix of fear and hope, experienced a gravitational pull towards her struggle. The raw emotion was palpable, a reminder of the human connection that binds us all, no matter our beliefs. In the shadows, others watched with disdain, armed with their own understanding of the world. They dismissed the scene before them as mere theatrics, a misguided attempt to cling to the past. Yet they could not escape the flicker of unease that crept into their hearts. What if they were wrong? What if the mysteries of the universe were too vast for the confines of scientific reasoning? As the ceremony reached its climax, the tension in the room reached a fever pitch. There was a gasp, a moment of stillness, as Sarah's eyes opened wide, revealing depths that stirred something primal within the onlookers. There was an ancient battle fought not just in her body, but within the hearts of everyone present. The future of possession cases danced precariously on a knife's edge, teetering between belief and disbelief, hope and despair. As the priest's voice thundered through the air, mingling with the cries of those gathered, the world outside faded into the background. The townspeople held their breath, caught in the weight of the moment. Would this act of faith bring salvation, or would it further push their understanding of possession into the realm of the unexplainable? With the echoes of ancient chants and the lingering smell of incense, the past loomed large, wrapping around the present, creating a tapestry of emotion. The world stood still, caught in a moment of uncertainty, as the future of possession cases hung in the balance, waiting for the next turn of the page, eager to see what would unfold next. In a quiet corner of a bustling city, a small gathering takes place in a dimly lit room, the air thick with incense and whispered prayers. A woman at the center, clad in flowing robes, embodies a serene confidence. Her followers hang on her every word, eyes wide with worship and longing. Yet outside this sacred bubble, shadows lurk, silently waiting to reveal the darker truths hidden beneath the surface of faith. History is replete with moments where spirituality has morphed from solace into something sinister. The tale of the People's Temple, led by Jim Jones, sends shivers down the spine. What began as a movement preaching peace and equality spiraled into a nightmare. In 1978, over 900 souls, convinced of their leader's divine purpose, marched willingly to their deaths in Guyana. The Kool-Aid poisoned with cyanide became an emblem of misplaced trust, a haunting reminder that belief can twist into a weapon when wielded by the wrong hands. But it's not just the infamous that illustrate this haunting theme. Look back to the Salem witch trials of 1692, where fear and fervor ignited a frenzy of accusations. Neighbors turned against neighbors, and the innocent were condemned to death in the name of a righteous cause. The darkness of paranoia cloaked a community, and the cries of the wrongfully accused echoed through the ages, a chilling testament to how spiritual fervor can lead to devastating consequences. In the early 20th century, the allure of the occult gripped many. leading to gatherings that promised enlightenment but often delivered chaos. The Theosophical Society, once a beacon for those seeking truth, became entangled in controversies, its leaders caught in scandals that revealed a world where spiritual exploration spiraled into exploitation. The idea of ascended masters and secret knowledge drew in the vulnerable, leaving them entrapped in webs of manipulation. They sought light, but found only shadows. A woman named Anna, desperate for answers after a personal loss, finds herself in the embrace of a new age movement promising connection to the universe. At first, the community feels like a family, offering her comfort and understanding. Yet, as time goes on, the whispers of exclusivity grow louder. Members are told they must sever ties with non-believers, and soon Anna finds herself isolated, cut off from the very world she once knew. This is where the tension begins to tighten, as the boundaries of sanity blur under the weight of unyielding devotion. The promises of higher consciousness morph into demands for complete submission. Rituals intended to bring about healing twist into acts that feel more like sacrifice. "Let go of your fears," they chant as Anna lies on the ground, vulnerable and exposed, surrounded by those who once seemed so loving. Goosebumps rise on her skin, and she wonders if she has wandered too far into the abyss. In a darker chapter of history, the rise of Aum Shinrikyo in Japan serves as a chilling reminder of how spirituality can devolve into terror. Founded by Shoko Asahara, the group initially attracted followers with promises of salvation from a coming apocalypse, but the reality was far more sinister. In an act of horror, they unleashed sarin gas in the Tokyo subway in 1995, resulting in chaos and death. The haunting images of panicked faces and gasping breaths linger in the air, a stark warning of what can happen when belief shades into fanaticism. As Anna stands at the precipice of her own crisis, she catches snippets of conversations that unsettle her heart. "The world outside is a lie," they whisper. "Only here can you find truth." Each word tightens the grip around her, and she can feel the suffocating pressure of expectation. The line between faith and fear blurs, and she begins to question not just the community that surrounds her, but the very fabric of her beliefs. The whispers grow more urgent, and she feels the warmth of their shared energy turn cold. It's not just her own doubts that gnaw at her, it's the realization that she's trapped in something that was supposed to be liberating, but has now become a prison. The ritualistic gatherings that once brought her peace now feel like a masquerade, the faces around her shifting between masks of devotion and darkness. The spirit of the Inquisition echoes through the ages, where zealots pursued heretics in the name of purity. The pyres of history burn brightly in the minds of those who remember, casting long shadows over the quest for spirituality. The cries of the condemned still resonate in the silence, a reminder of the consequences when belief is wielded as a weapon rather than a bomb. In this moment of tension, Anna flees the gathering, her heart pounding as she enters the night air. The chill nips at her skin, grounding her in reality. She breathes deeply, the scent of the earth pulling her back to a world that feels real. Yet dark clouds of uncertainty loom over her thoughts. Has she escaped, or is she merely on the edge of a deeper plunge into darkness? Outside, the city thrums with life, a cacophony of sounds that feels both foreign and familiar. The laughter of strangers and the hum of traffic clash against the echoes of her recent past. Memories of love and loss flicker in her mind, battling against the shadows that cling to her. She realizes that the solace she sought may have come at too high a price, but the path ahead remains shrouded in fog, each step forward fraught with the weight of her choices. As the night deepens, Anna stands at an intersection, the crossroads of faith and fear. The stories of those who came before her whisper in the wind, reminding her that spirituality, while a source of light, can also cast the darkest of shadows when the human heart is involved. And with each breath she takes, the looming question persists. in the pursuit of something greater. How far can one go before losing oneself entirely? In the dim glow of flickering street lamps, the night whispered secrets of a past long forgotten. An ancient mansion loomed in the distance, its weathered facade cloaked in shadows. The air was thick with anticipation, as if the very walls held their breath, waiting for someone brave enough to unveil the mysteries trapped within. This was not just another haunted house. It was a portal to untold stories, a testament to lives once lived and emotions once felt, now swirling in the ether. Paranormal investigators gathered at the gates, armed with tools and technologies of the modern world, yet their hearts carried the weight of history. They were not just seekers of the supernatural, they were storytellers, bridging the gap between the living and the lost. Each one carried a flashlight and a camera, but more importantly, they bore a deep curiosity about the tales that haunted these spaces. Some had experienced loss, while others were driven by an insatiable desire to grasp what lay beyond the veil. As they stepped through the creaking door, the air turned electric. The scent of aged wood and dust filled their nostrils, transporting them to a different era. The coldness in the air enveloped them, sending shivers racing down their spines. Every corner of the mansion seemed to pulse, alive with whispers of the past, echoes of laughter, cries, and the soft tread of footsteps that may never truly fade. History had woven itself into the very fabric of this house. Built in the late 1800s, it had once been a vibrant home, filled with the warmth of family gatherings. But tragedy struck when a fire engulfed the kitchen one stormy night, claiming the lives of 2 young children, their spirits forever tied to the remnants of joyful days gone by. Investigators believed they could feel the presence of these lost souls, their joy and sorrow mingling in the air, begging for acknowledgement. With each step deeper into the mansion, the investigators set their equipment to work. They listened intently to the soft crackle of static emanating from their EVP recorder, hoping to capture a whisper or a name. Their breath hung in the air, forming misty clouds as they called out into the darkness. "Is anyone here with us?" It was a simple question, yet loaded with hope and fear, the kind that can make your heart race. Then came the chilling moment when a sudden chill swept through the hallway, freezing the air around them. One investigator, Sarah, felt the hairs on her neck stand on end. She had always been sensitive to the presence of spirits, a gift that had both frightened and fascinated her since childhood. "Did you feel that?" she breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. The others nodded, eyes wide, the thrill of the unknown coursing through them. Suddenly, the lights on their equipment flickered, and the digital voice recorder began to emit a garbled sound. The room seemed to hold its breath as they listened. Then, clear as day, a voice broke through the static. "Help. Us." It sent a jolt of adrenaline through the group, igniting a fierce determination to uncover the truth behind the haunted echoes of this home. They gathered in the parlor, the center of joy in days past, now a chamber of shadows. Here, they set their cameras to capture any orbs or anomalies that might reveal themselves. The investigators shared stories of their own encounters, the spine-chilling moments that had driven them to seek the truth behind the paranormal. They recounted tales of flickering lights and whispers that filled empty rooms, of shadows that danced just out of sight. As they shared their stories, the energy shifted within the room. It was as if the spirits were listening, intrigued by the bonding of these souls who shared their quest for answers. In this moment, they were not mere investigators. They were conduits of history, threading together lives that had once been vibrant and full. Then came the climax of their exploration. They made their way to the attic, the air growing thick with anticipation. This was where the children had often played, where laughter had once filled the space. With each step up the creaking stairs, echoes of the past seemed to resonate, urging them forward. As they reached the top, a cold gust of wind swept through, rattling the windows and sending chills down their spines. In the midst of the attic, a child's toy lay abandoned, its paint chipped and faded. A small wooden horse, once vibrant, now whispered of forgotten play. Sarah knelt beside it, feeling a pull in her heart. "We're here," she called softly. "We're listening." Her voice was gentle, a beacon of comfort in the darkness. The air shimmered, and for a fleeting moment, a figure appeared in the corner of the room, a translucent silhouette of a young girl, her dress fluttering like a mist. Time stood still as they stared, hearts pounding in their chests. The girl's eyes, wide with both sadness and hope, locked onto Sarah's. It was a moment where past and present collided, where truth sought to break free from the chains of time. "Help us," the voice echoed once more, resonating through the air, but this time more clearly. The investigators felt the weight of their task settle on their shoulders. They had not just come to document the paranormal, they had come to honor the forgotten, to bring light to the shadows that clung to the house. As the girl faded away, leaving only an echo of her presence, the investigators exchanged glances filled with unspoken understanding. The truth they sought was not solely about confirming the existence of spirits. It was about giving voice to those who had been silenced, about acknowledging lives that had been lost and stories that had gone untold. Filled with renewed purpose, the team descended from the attic, the atmosphere thick with emotion. Each step they took felt heavier as they carried the weight of history with them. In that moment, they understood that they were more than just paranormal investigators. They were the guardians of legacies, the keepers of memories that had long been buried in time. With the mansion behind them and the moon rising high above, they stepped into the night, ready to face whatever truths awaited them. Each step forward ignited a fire within them, a calling to uncover the stories that begged to be heard, to shine a light on the dark corners of history that still lingered, waiting for someone to listen. And as they walked into the darkness, the shadows stirred once more, eager to share their secrets with those brave enough to seek them. Under the dim flicker of candlelight, shadows danced across the cold stone walls of an age-old chapel. A woman, her face pale and eyes wide with fear, kneeled on the floor, trembling as whispers echoed in the air. "Leave her!" a booming voice commanded as a priest, clad in a dark robe, advanced toward her, holy water glistening in his hand. The tension crackled like static, thick enough to slice through the very air they breathed. In this charged moment, the line between faith and fear blurred, and the question hung heavy. Was this an act of divine salvation or a dangerous dance with delusion? Throughout history, exorcisms have held a peculiar place in the realm of spirituality and morality. The act of casting out demons, believed to possess the living, stretches back to ancient civilizations. Babylonians, Egyptians, and Greeks all engaged in rituals aimed at expelling evil spirits, often employing incantations and various sacred objects. Yet, in the shadows of these practices lay an unsettling truth. How could one discern between the spiritual and the psychological? As the priest raised his voice, invoking the name of God, the room held its breath, caught in the web of faith and the sharp edge of ethical concern. In the early days of Christianity, exorcisms became formalized rituals, complete with prayers and rites that would later be documented in texts like the Rituale Romanum. The Church sought to control the narrative, framing possession as a battle between divine forces and darkness. But what of the individuals undergoing these harrowing experiences? Were they truly possessed, or were they suffering from conditions like epilepsy or mental illness? As the priest commanded the spirit to reveal its name, the congregation watched, a mix of horror and fascination glimmering in their eyes. Who truly held the moral high ground in such moments? As centuries rolled on, the spectacle of exorcism only intensified. In the 16th and 17th centuries, during the height of the witch hunts in Europe, accusations of demonic possession ran rampant. Countless individuals, often women, were put on trial, their fates sealed by the belief in their supposed link to the devil. The chilling cries of the accused echoed through darkened courts, where the very act of praying became a double-edged sword. How much pain could be justified in the name of faith? As the priest raised his hand to sprinkle holy water, the woman in the chapel convulsed unnaturally, her body writhing against the very floor that bore witness to centuries of suffering. The sounds of the chapel morphed into a haunting symphony of fear and faith, each note a reminder of the moral dilemma entwined with exorcism. The priest, determined yet visibly shaken, faced a choice: to continue the rite or to heed the signs of desperation in the woman's eyes. In this moment, the ethics of exorcism clashed with the reality of human suffering. Would he risk pushing her further into a psychological abyss? Or could he somehow reach her in a way that transcended the traditional boundaries of belief? Histories of exorcism reveal a tapestry of conflicting motives. Some have wielded the rite as a tool for control, while others sought to provide solace to the tormented. Yet the echoes of whispered prayers often drown out the cries for help that come from within. The priest's heart raced as the woman's voice morphed, becoming low and guttural, a chilling echo of something otherworldly. This was the fear that gripped him, that he was losing her, caught in the throes of a battle he might not truly understand. He had witnessed the power of faith transform lives, yet he could not ignore the countless tales of those who had been led to despair under the weight of such beliefs. History was filled with stories of failed exorcisms that left bodies broken and minds shattered. As the echoes of her voice filled the room, he wondered, was he a savior or an unwitting executioner, casting out spirits while ignoring the humanity before him? Moments stretched into eternity as the tension twisted and turned. The woman's body arched unnaturally as he declared words of liberation, each phrase a sliver of light meant to pierce the darkness. And yet, with every invocation, he felt the weight of history pressing down upon him. Was he merely perpetuating a cycle of fear? With each prayer, he grappled with the moral implications of his actions. The presence of the specter felt almost palpable, but so too did the presence of doubt. As the chapel filled with the acrid smell of incense, the air thick with a tangle of emotions, the stakes escalated higher. The congregation held its collective breath, eyes wide, as the woman screamed, a raw, primal sound that seemed to resonate through the very stones of the ancient edifice. The priest, caught in the chaos, felt a shiver run down his spine. Every person present in that hallowed ground wrestled with their own fears and beliefs. What was their role in this unfolding drama? Were they witnesses to a miracle or complicit in tragedy? Suddenly, in the midst of the chaos, a voice emerged, her own, stripped of its demonic growl. "Help me," she begged, tears streaming down her face. The plea struck him like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the haze of ritual and belief. In that moment, the priest was faced with the ultimate moral dilemma: sacrifice the woman's immediate suffering for the sake of faith, or listen to the desperate call of a human soul reaching out from the depths of despair. The room trembled with anticipation, the air thick with an unspoken question. Would he choose to abide by the age-old traditions that had guided exorcisms for centuries, or could he find the courage to break free from the chains of history and truly help her? The flickering candlelight reflected the turmoil in his heart, illuminating the shadows that danced between faith and morality. With the congregation on the edge of their seats, every eye fixated on the unfolding scene, the tension built to an unbearable crescendo. Would he be able to navigate this treacherous path where belief, ethics, and desperation collided? As the woman's cries echoed into the night, the answers seemed as elusive as the spirits they sought to banish. And in that moment, as the boundaries of faith began to blur, the true essence of the ethical dilemma lay bare before all, revealing that sometimes the scariest demons lurk in the hearts of those who believe they fight against darkness. In a dimly lit room, shadows danced against the walls, flickering like the secrets they concealed. A single light bulb swung lazily from the ceiling, casting eerie silhouettes that whispered of forgotten truths. Outside, the world bustled with the normalcy of everyday life, oblivious to the hidden darkness residing just beneath the surface. It was in the quiet corners of history that silence often reigned, suffocating voices and burying stories beneath layers of time and fear. Why do some cases remain untouched, cast aside like old newspapers? The answer lay in the murky waters of human nature, fear, power, and the uncomfortable truths that threaten the very fabric of society. From ancient civilizations to modern times, countless stories have been shrouded in silence, their whispers fading into the void, leaving only echoes of what could have been. Consider the tragic tale of the Lindbergh baby, Charles Augustus Lindbergh Jr., who vanished into thin air on a fateful March night in 1932. The media frenzy that ensued was unparalleled. A nation gripped by the horror of a child's abduction, the narrative spun into a web of intrigue, pointing fingers at various suspects. Yet, amidst the cacophony, what emerged was a conspiracy of silence. Was it merely a case of a wealthy family's despair? Or was there something more insidious lurking in the shadows? A truth that could unravel the very pillars of a society built on the illusion of safety. As investigators combed through layers of evidence, whispers of corruption emerged, powerful figures who sought to silence those who dared to push too far. The public clung to the story, desperate for resolution, yet the truth was smothered, like a candle snuffed out in the dark. The case became a haunting reminder of what happens when the truth threatens to unveil the ugly underbelly of privilege and power. Traveling back further, the tale of the disappeared during the Spanish Civil War stirs the soul. Thousands vanished, their stories erased from the fabric of history. Families torn apart, lovers separated by the cruel hand of fate, all fell victim to a regime that thrived on oppression and fear. The silence that enveloped their fates was not merely a backdrop, it was a weapon. The government wielded it like a sword, cutting through dissent, ensuring that the memories of the lost were buried deep beneath the weight of shame and terror. In the heart of these stories lies a painful truth. The powerful often write the narratives that shape history, while the voices of the oppressed fade into the ether. The conspiracy takes shape with each cover-up, each whispered secret kept in the dark. Those who dare to speak often find themselves silenced by intimidation, by societal norms, or by the very fear that grips the heart and paralyzes the mind. Fast forward to the present, and the chilling reality persists. The case of the missing Malaysian Airlines Flight 370, which vanished in 2014, continues to haunt the world. Families are left in limbo, searching for answers in a sea of uncertainty, while officials cling to fragmented truths and half-hearted investigations. What lies beneath the surface of this mystery? Was it merely an accident, or does it hide a conspiracy so grand that revealing it could shake the foundations of trust in the systems meant to protect us? Each unanswered question hangs heavy in the air, amplifying the tension. News reports swirl, filled with speculation and conspiracy theories, yet the official narrative remains stubbornly intact. The silence around it becomes a character of its own, a pervasive fog that smothers hope and keeps the truth at bay. Historically, this pattern of silence recurs like a dark mantra, surfacing in the tales of the Holocaust where countless stories were lost amidst the chaos. Survivors carried the weight of their experiences, but the world turned a blind eye to the atrocities committed. For decades, many felt compelled to bury their memories, believing that revealing their pain might only reignite the horrors of the past. The silence became a collective shield, a way to cope with the unimaginable. Yet it also became a barrier, obstructing healing and understanding. As the clock ticks away in that dimly lit room, the shadows grow restless, yearning to be freed. Each case, each untold story, represents a thread woven into the fabric of humanity, begging for recognition and reclamation. The conspiracy of silence thrives on fear, but within that fear lies the potential for awakening. When the oppressed find their voices, the world cannot help but listen. In the quiet moments between chaos, when the world holds its breath, a flicker of hope ignites. Those who dare to challenge the silence become beacons, guiding others through the murky waters of deception. The courage to speak, to lift the veil of secrecy, becomes a rallying cry against the darkness, a powerful reminder that the stories of the lost deserve to be told, not forgotten. As the narrative unfolds, the tension escalates, leaving the reader on the edge of their seat, yearning for resolution. The past and present collide, revealing that the conspiracy of silence is not merely about the cases that remain hidden. It is about the very essence of truth and justice, the relentless pursuit of understanding what lay behind those closed doors. Each heartbeat echoes with urgency, a reminder that history is not merely a collection of dates and events, but a tapestry of voices longing to be heard. The narrative flows seamlessly, as if inviting the reader to step closer, to listen more intently, as the shadows begin to whisper their secrets, one painful truth at a time, blending seamlessly into the unfolding story that awaits just beyond.